Hello, everybody, and welcome to SuperJump 5. IPL's major is back and with a lot more on hand. My name is Kyon. On the other side with me, I got the direction right this time. It's Fusion. How are you doing this morning?
I am doing all right. Usually I'm rolling out of bed to commentate with you at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I'm slightly more awake this time. I'm doing pretty good. On my second cup of coffee, we are ready to get going with our first match of the day. Oh my god, there are so many good teams in this tournament, and I think we're in for some exciting matches. I think like you will see that the top three teams are going to be pretty dang contested going into day two, but teams have to make it through the first round, the first day, in order to make it there. So we're going to be seeing our first match, Wyrmwind and Killer Blues.
Wyrmwind and Killer Blues coming up here. It's honestly already names I recognize out of this board, by the way. Lovely Grace and on Wyrmwind participating as well. Got Fall Hole on the other side, and Chai, also notable names from Killer Blues. I feel like that these are very familiar names on our group. Of course, teams leading off in today's matchup is basically vying for which bracket they'll end up placing, because as you know, with Super Jump, you will be guaranteed a day two. You'll be guaranteed an appearance in day two. The bracket is just where you get placed depends on your results. There's also a lot more at stake here, Fusion, for a lot of the really strong teams participating in this tournament, as you and I both know. But we'll get to that there in a bit, because I'm sure both teams are just ready and reared up to go. So we got our first map loading up here in this winners round one matchup, Fusion. It is a map mode I had to do a double take on real quick. It's Humpback Pump Track Zones to be our leadoff game for Super Jump 5. How are you feeling about that map?
I mean, it's not the map we see the most often, but I think that we're potentially going to be seeing quite a bit of this map always brings out the interesting team compositions. Lots of blasters, lots of sloshers. Hey, maybe there'll be a Dread Ringer, the new one, coming out at some point. I did want to also point out, Wyrmwind is the Drexel Dragons, so that's the collegiate team. I don't think Collegiate Blues is a collegiate team or anything like that, but still lots of familiar faces. Very exciting matches, as we are almost ready to hop into this. I mean, there's the new patch that happened like a week and a half ago. There's so much going on in this tournament. A lot of exciting recent results, lots of team composition potential changes. Teams are still adapting. We'll see how teams are really going to approach adapting to like the new meta, because that Mini and Zuka are everywhere. Our team's gonna use it. Our team's gonna try and play against it. We'll have to see as we are hopping into it. Let's kick off Super Jump 5 here on Humpback Pump Track Zones. Lots of fancy stuff coming out from both sides. Both sides have that stickers stamper, and interestingly, that Dynamo, that Dynamo coming out from pick. Great pick here for Humpback.
I adored that both teams have the sticker stampers out and ready to go. You're gonna see endless booyahs for days here, Fusion. I'm intrigued to see how both teams are gonna approach it. As by the way, it's gonna be Wyrmwind gonna be on your purple side, and green color side, of course, being the Killer Blues. We start things off because this is Humpback Zones. You got the large zone right down the middle, so this is gonna be a very heavily contested zone the entire way through. I also see the third kid dualies there. I believe it's the Twinkles dualies, if I'm not mistaken, for the exact name. That's the one with the bubble, so you got a little bit more aggression with those dualies if you're able to take advantage of it. And as you can see, Fusion, about 45 seconds into the matchup, both teams heavily contesting for the zone. Not one in firm control, even with the two down. This could easily get into neutral very quickly here, but the defenses need to get set up once more. Loving the back and forth that we're seeing about a minute in here, Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really back and forth. The Brush doing so much work on the side of Killer Blues. They're in control of the zone. Time is ticking down. I mean, oh no, oh my god, oh my. We just got squished incredible stuff coming out. All that indirect damage helping Killer Blues just squish the members of Wyrmwind. Time is ticking down all the way down below the 40-second mark. The spawn camp is on. Members of Wyrmwind are just locked. Their backs against the wall. Is Wyrmwind going to be able to do anything in time here?
That's going to be the ultimate question. They only got the bubble and a Zuga that just went online. Thankfully, the 2 make that the 3 down. That will be the contest that Wyrmwind needed in order to get that zones back in time. And that was a fight they desperately needed. They pop a lot of the specials I noticed there too. Zuka and Bubble all went out for the contest. So it gives themselves another gives themselves some more breathing room rather to work with. But of course, Killer Blues with that lead, they can definitely feel a lot more comfortable now coming into the stages of this game. So looking at the way this is progressing, you see members already jumping in trying to get Wyrmwind gone. That's the sticker standard from Wyrmwind down. Booyah Bomb being thrown into just kind of close to that ledge, if anything. But Wyrmwind still sticking together, and the way these points are going down here, Fusion, Killer Blues still in firm control. But look out for the 3 specials there that Wyrmwind has. Killer Blues going 2 down. That could be another chance.
Yeah, here it is. That is indeed the cap. Jumps are going to end up getting camped by that Stamper. Really great at just getting those quick picks as well as being like a flexible mid-range weapon. Nice job, this Carbon Roller doing a lot of work here, and now Wyrmwind is in control. This Booyah is going to come out onto the zone, but is the rest of Killer Blues able to capitalize? That's the question. 2 members of them go down as they're struggling to find their way into the zone. This Brush desperately, they're going to be able to cap it solo. Incredible stuff. So that's going to give Killer Blues some extra time on the clock. They have still pretty big penalty and a lot of points to go, but in zones it can go from 100 to 0 in the blink of an eye.
Especially in Humpback Pump Track zones, this is still a very condensed map. Even if you remember it from Rainmaker being the more common map mode of the bunch, it's still kind of the same idea for the most part. Points already gone there from Wyrmwind. Gillies, by the way, Fusion, for context, on that Carbon Roller, immediately using Zuka there. Immediately got 1 pick onto Fall Hole as well there, but they are going to have to retreat because everybody's kind of all out of position there. Killer Blues collapses onto the zone very well, and the Booyah Bomb being used for zoning. And now you got this Brush, I believe that is Kai, if I'm not mistaken, immediately trying to roll right into this right-hand side of the map, but is completely caught and found. And that is just going to be the 1 member down. Only 3 members very much live. No specials available from Killer Blues either. So the Booyah Bomb being used to try to contest over this one. The duel going down is going to help. And Fusion, Wyrmwind, 55 seconds left to go. Still very much alive, but they have to keep this zones in their favor for as long as they can. If they can fight 2 members down, that should help.
Absolutely. Getting that pick early on the Brush is going to be huge. No longer able to get flanked. The penalty is low. This Pencil playing very aggressively in zone, but Killer Blues has just been dropping into the zone so quickly that I don't think Triples has been able to really space people out. Now, time ticking down. Killer Blues going to make their final attack on that zone. Here they go, moving in. 1 member ends up going down. The bubble comes out, but the Roller manages to sneak in and find a pick. The Dynamo is the last one alive. Are they going to be able to neutralize the zone? No, it's a v4 situation. Not enough. That's going to be game 1 to Wyrmwind.
Fusion, it's a little too early in the morning, I swear, for this back and forth here in game number 1. But also heavy credit to Wyrmwind from the very end. They were still winning out the fights that they needed, and despite the really strong lead that Killer Blues had, just not able to keep things stabilized at the end of that Humpback Zones map, and that's just a little unfortunate for a team that had such a great lead and then things just fell apart. I mean, several moments there for the most part there, Fusion, but the last fight pretty much did the trick.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it just comes down to like how well you can hold it. And I think, you know, the one push where a couple aggressive members went down meant that Killer Blues just did not have an extra chance to get in there. I mean, I think that perhaps the zones maybe played like a bit of a role into that. The nature of like the map, just absolute like bloodbath in the middle of the zone there. So it going in like without your entire team moving together at once can just make it a very like all or nothing situation. And I don't think they had cooler that last time that Wyrmwind ended up going in, or sorry, that Killer Blues ended up going in, so they didn't get that extra chance with like 20 seconds left. Unfortunate stuff, but they'll have some extra time here as we're going to be moving to Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. Should be a much longer, I think, more drawn out game.
I believe the same. The longer, drawn-out game, on top of it being almost the staple tower control map, everybody's pretty much going to get a lot of practice on this one. So I'm more curious what changes we're going to have there. I think what I was more excited about from game number 1 there, Fusion, was the double sticker stampers, one on each team. Even was kind of amusing. I wouldn't be shocked if it does come back. You also saw, I think Fallhole was the one that had the Twinkle Splatoon. I could very well be mistaken here. Chat's probably going to be the one that's going to be on top of that. So I'm going to be intrigued to see if any of those third kill weapons we saw from Game 1 makes its appearance back here. We're about to load into the second game here as we take a look at the changes, if at all possible. Okay, so we are going to be going away from the sticker stampers. That looked very much like it was a zone-centric comp there from Killer Blues, but however, Wyrmwind's just like, all right, we won the last game with this very similar comp. Let's just run it back the same way. So almost a whole comp change minus the brush from Killer Blues. Kind of an interesting change here from Killer Blues here, Fusion.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my goodness. Interesting to adapt. Doesn't seem to be going too hot for them right now, though. 3 members down instantly. The Bow running for their life. Dragon has nowhere to go. The Chickens chasing them down. They're going to end up having to back off. That should be an easy first check for them. Stamper looking for that pick. Maximus not able to find it, but easy first check. And again, oh my gosh, try on this brush. Has been an absolute nuisance for Wyrmwind so far. I mean, turning their attention around, it's really more just been about like the holding power from Killer Blues. If they're able to really lock down Wyrmwind this game while they're on offense, that's going to be the determining factor, because they've been able to make some big plays but just not hold it for as long as they want to here. Wyrmwind still in convincing control of mid and this game here. As really, they're just kind of picking off the members of Killer Blues one after another as they move through mid, but Fallhole has something to say about it.
Fallhole definitely wanted to get their revenge from a very rough opening start there, about that minute 20 seconds into this matchup, and Killer Blues, thankfully for them, the second checkpoint did not get broken through, so that did give them some wiggle room to work with. Any advantages they need is going to help their cause. But so far, both teams kind of equaling out as two trades happen across the board in that sequence. So the tower is going to slowly reset here. The bubble being used, Grace with that junior immediately popping the bubble, didn't protecting the rest of their team. But all that being said, Killer Blues just pays no mind to it. They're gonna go through that first checkpoint, no problem. Now comes the second one. We are gonna drop 2 right then and there. The Stamp of the Dualies and the Bow has all dropped, and that's just gonna put an end to the push. Both teams does not quite make it to the second checkpoint on their attempted pushes there, Fusion.
Yeah, Stamper thinking they're very sneaky, just holding onto the wall there. They were good there for like a good 3-4 seconds. But the roller was able to spot them out and get them not so sneaky after all, as Wyrmwind's going to be able to hold on to that lead here. That first check is out of the way, though, and really this map is determined by that second checkpoint. So teams are going to have to really make an attempt for that if they want to secure a win in this game. Wyrmwind doing a great job staying alive, playing very consistently, but after all, it's Shy on that flank yet again, disrupting Wyrmwind, and that is going to be huge because that's a delayed 3 down. Huge. Now they have that crab from Fallhole. It's going to be used likely on this left side to hopefully create an opening and move that tower forward. This should likely be lead. If they can find a pick, it could be so much more.
This could be a whole lot more, but Turbo holds the line and immediately gets the 2 picks with just those pencil shots there, and with that crab, almost the design of that play looked really stellar there. Fusion using the crab tank, trying to push Wyrmwind back, give them the space they need to work with, but Purple had other things to say there with, I believe, a double off the pencil, so not even the lead for Killer Blues by the end of it, and it's just right now that 1-for-1 trade, and Wyrmwind still trying to hold the line. No team really able to make it through to the second checkpoint with about a minute 25 left. The 2 down should help. I believe the Booyah Bomb from Maximus, rather, is going to get used, and that does pick off Dragon. The Bow drops, so does the Stamper, rather, from Killer Blues, Crab being used by Fallhole right on the tower initially, but has to escape. Xiphias is just trying to get rid of it, and it's just going to escape with their lives, so they were able to hold him off just well, but about a minute left on the clock, and with both teams not even clearing the second checkpoint here, Fusion, this is still really anyone's match to take.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is, oh gosh, I was gonna say this is anxiety inducing, but that's 2 huge picks from Killer Blues. That's a third. Now they have the bats. No one's able to dive at that tower this time. That is going to be the lead. The Stamper's going to move in, at least stay alive a little bit longer. That's a pick onto the backline with that cooler. No cooler coming out. The lead does get swapped. There's a little bit extra points on the board. Spectro cleaning up a little bit, but still, Killer Blues has some extra points on the board. Now, with things like that, with things like the Booyah Bomb, you could secure a tower victory, but the Wyrmwind no longer in the lead. Best thing they have for the tower, that Killer Blues has for the tower, is that crab tank. So Wyrmwind still has a shot at this. They need to make sure they're clearing out that left side, because we know, we've seen that brush shark over there so many times, and yep, here they are starting a fight on that left side. They're going to find a pick. The crab tank pinching the tower. Everything's going on. Killer Blues is not going to allow that tower to even move past that first check. They're going to strike back and win game 2. And hey, first set on stream, we've already got a game 3.
Gotta love a set that goes to distance, even if it's a best of 3. It's great to see this first match of the day and really deliver. And I think Fusion, I kind of got the vibe with the way both teams were playing. This was almost going to be a not even just an equally matched game, because we saw that whole back and forth in zones, and this one was almost the same. Like the second checkpoint not even being cleared. We know how tricky that second checkpoint is, but just to not see it get cleared at all, or not even reached until that fateful push from Killer Blues really sealed the trick there. I do want to go back to that last attempted push that Wyrmwind had there, Fusion. It had the makings of a decent setup, but you noted the crab tank that Fallhole had ready to go, I think kind of slowed them down just a bit. They did have the Booyah Bomb readily available, but it felt like once that timer started to slowly tick down, it started to slowly feel like they were running out of time by then. So that's kind of a little tricky there at the end of it. So, well, we're tied up 1-1. Gotta love a set that goes all 3. The third map being Mahi Resort Zones, being the decider for this one, Fusion, and I want to see how both teams handle this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty interesting, the last game. It felt like both teams had like the recipes for success. They knew how they wanted to push, but they just kept getting disrupted before they did anything. The Carbon would dive in, or the Brush would dive in, get one pick, and so like a crab tank couldn't space people out because there was already someone like flanking, taking an off angle, already close to point blank. There's nothing they could really do at that point. On zones, there is going to be some extra space here if they can keep the members of both teams, the aggressive members, I think particularly like Chai, out of their spawn. If you can get into the enemy spawn here, you could really just take a lot of time off the board. But things like that crab tank certainly can recapture a lot of space, especially coming from that left side out of spawn. Super valuable, but really just making sure that you create a wall and prevent people from getting just close range to you is the key to success for both of these teams here, because they know what they want to do. They know what like specials and coordination they need to do in order to get in. They just haven't been able to, pull it off quite as well as they would have hoped. So it's going to come down to that execution more than anything.
I get the same thought the entire way through as we get to see the changes here. So looks like we get to see a little bit of a flexibility change here from Wyrmwind, excuse me. Xiphias this time gonna be on that mid decap, double swords being dished out there. Max Mix gonna be flexing over to that Stamper with the crab. That's gonna be online. On the other side for Killer Blues, back to the Dynamo once more. This is starting to look like a more zones specific weapon that we're seeing here from Pix. So look to see how this opening plays out, especially when we get to that 60 points remaining left, where we get to see the entire map change. 2 members down, but already 2 down in quick succession, trying to go for the lockout. So Pix is just going to hold the line there, get the jumps provided for the team, and this is actually some really decent positioning there. But the bubble is available and used, and so is the crab tank. It is still equaled out. 2 members down on both sides here Fusion, it's still, this is starting to slowly look like Killer Blues taking a strong opening start, but the neutral might give Wyrmwind some room to work with, which they sure as heck did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw that crab, I think, from Fall Hole on the snipe. That definitely bought a lot of time and points for Killer Blues, but it came out so early that Wyrmwind was barely out of spawn at that point. Moving in on this left side, they did have some time to recap that zone, use that crab tank of their own, and now they're able to just try and scrap for that zone here. And on that left side, it is going to be Gillies ending up getting 2 off of that trade. That's going to be huge for Wyrmwind, as now that bubble fighting zone, I mean, Grace just like capturing that zone with that bubble, just maintaining a lot of paint control. Both teams have that paint thrower, but the Dynamo, not the most mobile weapon, especially on a flat map like this, is going to end up getting them punished. So now 3 members down. It's just this crab tank coming out from Fall Hole on the side of Killer Blues, but managing to lock down the fort. 2 picks is going to shift the momentum, Kyon.
You know what's very interesting, Fusion? That Fall was the only one alive in that situation there too, and just had to pop the crab just to keep themselves alive. But they managed to get way more than what that is even supposed to get, just to double off that crab tank. Really helping Killer Blues for a bit there. But as you mentioned before, Turtle, just like the last game, holding the line there with the 2 picks they got with the pencil there. So Wyrmwind gonna be able to get the lead here soon, and especially in this comp where it's a double bubble setup, by the way, and the crab, which by the way also getting used. This is gonna be a little bit tricky for Killer Blues to move in. Pix is caught from the back line. Cooler's gonna take a little bit longer to spawn now. Fall Hole pops the crab tank on the other side of the map, with the bubble being used to protect the zone as much as they can. Spectral also using their Xiphias to see if they can find anybody else. They get the backline and Turple there with another 2-for-2 trade, but Fall Hole painting over the zone as much as they can. It's a battle for the paint here. Where does it land? It's looking to be very much in Wyrmwind's favor right now, especially if Fall Hole trying to do their best there, but Fall Hole still trying to do everything to keep their team in the game. 2 members have dropped there. Wyrmwind is looking to see if they can get the KO right then and there. It is now the classic put all the paint down in the zone, but Killer Blues holds on for a little bit longer. But Fusion, 5 points remaining for Wyrmwind. They looked really good on that push.
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of wild. So many picks came out, but nonetheless, Wyrmwind was able to maintain that paint control. I mean, you look at the weapons in their team composition. You've got 2 swords, which paint well. Snipe Rider, which is one of the best painting weapons in the game, as well as Junior, one of the best painting weapons in the game. So really, you kind of need to get 3 members down in order to get that paint advantage. Spectro trying to do that, make their way in, but they're not able to find anything. And now they're going to be locked in spawn as Gillies tries to fight them up here, kills through that spawn armor, doing so much work on this decavitator. Time's ticking down, penalty is nearly out, but they were watching the drop. Time's ticking down, it's not going to be enough. Wyrmwind is going to hold on to that zone and win the set 2-1 in exciting fashion.
It was a very exciting set from start to finish there, Fusion. Double bubble really just gave them a lot of work. Was just too much ultimately there for Killer Blues by the end of it. Just the consistent, what I felt like, I look at the screen, and all of a sudden just 2 members out on both sides, just constant amount of trading, really boiling down to who got the zones last in each specific scenario. Wyrmwind getting the better end of it the entire way through, down to the 5-punch range, and even winning a lot more of the fights, which it was almost a crazy team effort there. Gillies on that decav doing work. Grace, of course, farming the bubbles as they needed, but Turple definitely getting some valuable picks there on that pencil, really doing its job. And Wyrmwind kicking SuperJump 5 off for their set, starting off, continuing on that winner's bracket side. I gotta remember this is a double Elam said, if I'm not mistaken. So Killer Blues dropping down to the lower bracket there to see where their fate stands. And Fusion, I know it's early in the morning for some of us. That was a fun matchup to watch.
Hey, I said I was awake. I'm even more awake now. That was a great set to kick this off with. I mean, both these teams definitely looked very strong there, but it did end up being Wyrmwind coming out on top. I feel like the paint coming out from them was wild that game. Like, individuals getting picked was not enough to flip that zone. It was, yeah, I mean, just a great job, I think, like backing each other up. I think something that I noticed that game, members of Wyrmwind were playing a little bit closer together. It seemed like they were definitely having each other's backs, not getting singled out by the brush nearly as much anymore. They played around like that crab tank, the bubble, Interestingly, that was the Splatana Nouveau. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that ended up working out very well for them. And hey, if you're ever having trouble like getting those picks, Decavitator has the biggest hitbox on this side of the Mississippi. It's hard to go wrong with that. So nice stuff for them. I'm stoked. We're gonna be moving on to our next match soon. Baked Goodies versus Xiphias.
Yeah, Baked Goodies and Xiphias, by the way, your preview for round 2 coming up here. I believe, yes, will be another best of 3 coming up here shortly. I actually gonna need to double check here. Yes, it is the winners quarterfinals bracket here, so we got a best of 3 coming up for this side. Fusion, while we actually have a quick amount of time here before we get into the preview these members here real quick, something real quickly here for the teams that are participating in SuperJump 5 and of course are in that mid to top level echelon is top 4, by the way, qualifying for the Splat World Series, the collaboration with the Area Cup later to be announced later. So that's gonna be a lot of fun to watch. But ultimately, the winner out of SuperJump 5 is gonna win free passes to Riptide this year too. So those are some 2 big things that every top team is gonna be looking out for. But both teams, by the way, yeah. So yeah, keep an eye out for day 2 for all of y'all that are intrigued to see the Splat World Series and who wins the free passes to Riptide. But Fusion, I think both teams did not want to wait for me at all here because they were about to get into the map. So let's take a look here. Baked Goodies and Xiphias, by the way, their first matchup of the day, their first matches rather for the day. So they're geared up and ready to go. Here, notable names from Baked Goodies. I saw Neptune. Xiphias was a well-established team for a while, especially I saw them in Low Ink a lot in a lot of the other low-level tournaments. They graduated from that earlier, so love to see what these matchups go and have in store for them. And yeah, this was the day 1 pulse for them. This is their first matchup for the day.
Yeah, I believe I saw Xiphias in SAC, the most recent one, if I'm not mistaken. So good to see. I mean, everyone comes out for SuperJump. It's been a minute since we've had a super big tournament that like everybody competes in. So many big names on top level, mid level, low level. I mean, I'm looking at the bracket. We've got Foams, Memento Mori, Los Inklings, Jelly Squids, as well as I believe Aura is the Zenith team that got second at the most recent 4v4 Sundays. So many familiar faces. It's great. Baked Goodies and Xiphias likely going to be playing the winner of Aura and Job Application. Very exciting, but I don't have enough time to talk here. We're just going to be moving on to our first match of this set here on Chip Shape. So let's hop into it, see what teams are going to do, whether they're going to adapt, stick with the old meta. We got a Glooga Dualies on board. Let's see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, the Gloogas immediately came to my air here from Complete. Another third kid making its appearance. The Splattershot Pro with the 10 of missiles from Smokey showing up there from Xiphias. Just for the record for colors, Xiphias purple, Baked Goodies orange, and that's the other weapon I'm noticing there from that third kit. That's an interesting kit that I saw when this was announced. Was all right. You got a mid-range weapon there. You also got missiles to basically space out the rest of the team and even call where they are out. So I want to see how that weapon works out in conjunction with their comp, but so far Baked Goodies is just not wanting to deal with any of that because they are already gaining the zones cap here. 70 points remain. Neptune pops the Zuka as well, but Jose's kind of getting cornered by Complete. That it's a trade by the end of it, and the control being neutralized here for a few quick moments gives us some time to work with here. Fusion 50 seconds in, and Baked Goodies still holding the zone.
Yeah, oh my gosh, E-Man on that top, getting 3 picks, flipping the zone. That's a quad, wow. Completely on their own, just fighting from that high ground. It's so important, it's so good on this map. And with that vanilla Tri-Slosher 2 rocking that Toxic Mist and Inkjet, we haven't seen too many Inkjet weapons recently, but able to flip the zone entirely on their own, do end up getting picked off. And yeah, that momentum swing is going to allow this team to move back in and recapture that zone. So good stuff to them. Not quite enough to like hold the zone and get back the lead, but does put their team on the board and apply a penalty.
I mean, if anything, you got points taken down. If you're going to go for the second recap there, it's going to give you some room to work with. Just as long as you don't let Baked Goodies continue to get more points off the zone here, which is they're able to extend their lead. I did see the 2 down from earlier there. Flying Zuko from the other side of the map. Neptune misses the shot onto E-Man. E-Man trying to do their best to paint the zone with this vanilla tri-slosher there. It's a duel between the pencil, the tri-slosher, and of course the pencil wins with the paint that it was giving out. Frost immediately also gets the pick on the complete, if I'm not mistaken, and that's 28 points remain still going down. Big Goodies riding with this momentum right now with the pro and the dualies going down. This should be looking to be GG's here soon if Big Goodies continues to hold the line as the trip strike's being used for zoning. This is very much going to be the KO coming out here, and Neptune, Big Goodies off to a roaring start with the KO on chip-shaped zones.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, we saw them consistently spacing out the entirety of Xiphias there. I mean, I think that Xiphias had some of the right idea. Fighting from that high ground is super important, but after that first quad from E-Man, they just had such a hard time, and I don't think they were targeting that high ground as much as they needed to be. We saw Neptune just doing a great job guarding it, and they were just not able to be moved from that position. You know, if you're able to like watch over that zone, you can stop people from capping the zone or attacking the zone completely. So good stuff to them. Very quick early lead for Baked Goodies.
Very strong start here. That the 1-0 there for Baked Goodies, and I think it was pretty much the same reason. Like, hey, they got the quad from E-Man. They can definitely turn this fight around if they're able to pick their fights right there. And you mentioned, I think the lack of priority onto that higher ground, I think might have slowed things down a bit, and unfortunately started to get way out of control. So that's gonna be the first game for them. Second game is now Undertow Rainmaker. Both teams pretty much are excited and ready to go for this one. By the way, before I get into Undertow Rainmaker, something about the map lists for the rest of the day and for the rest of the day here is it starts with zones first, and the last map will always be zones, of course, for those wondering. So you get either Tower Control, Rainmaker, or Clan Blitz on that second map, and in what will soon be a best of 5 coming up here with both Rainmaker and Clan Blitz on the even numbers for the round. So just something to keep in mind for those who are tracking there. But back to Undertow Rainmaker, I'm actually going to be curious to see what changes that Xiphias is going to dish out. I feel, as you mentioned before, I think the right ideas are there, but I think just trying to start honing on the objective and taking advantage of it is going to be the important thing now, especially now that you have a Rainmaker, this giant weapon you got to escort to the pedestal at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's going to be important for them to make sure they're in the right spots. This is Rainmaker Undertow. There's 2 paths for the Rainmaker, you know, the quick dunk on the right checkpoint or the more guaranteed, like, long push on that left checkpoint. I think it's important that Xiphias doesn't end up getting caught off guard, and for example, I'll get caught on like the right side, and suddenly the Rainmaker could just run away from him, because it seemed like a lot of the time Xiphias was ending up like on the low ground. It felt like they may not have been playing from like completely the right positions. I think that making sure that they're split up correctly in order to stop that Rainmaker from moving is very important. We are going to be indeed seeing a bow coming out from Sluggy there. That is the Wellstring. That's the hammer one. The one-shot Zuka. We'll see if they're able to get that quick pop on the Rainmaker, and yes, they are. So already a little bit of a turf advantage coming out for Xiphias here.
Xiphias is going to see if they can make this one count, especially with the changes they had. By the way, back to the Twinkles dualies once again with that bubble in tow. Gonna be intrigued to see how that weapon's gonna play out. So far, the answer is gonna be very slow right now, as the Rainmaker does get one, but they lost 3 members of their team. So Sapehill is gonna have to retreat here just a bit to give the team the chance to crawl back and get some control of the map back there. But right now, Sapehill holding on to his Rainmaker for about 28 seconds, and the hammer's just gonna doom that push very much though. So it is just so far only one singular point, which isn't really any points cashed in whatsoever there. Both teams still trying to fight for any advantages they can take, and Baked Goodies comes out on top there. Correction, that was Baked Goodies that had the small lead. Now they turned that into a big one, because that's the first checkpoint already cleared there, Fusion.
Yeah, oh my god. I mean, we saw the momentum shifting. Everyone was just damaged in mid. They couldn't run away. They couldn't heal up in time. That was kind of just a bad situation, but Xiphias managing to at least hold on to some ground here. They lose the checkpoint, but nothing more. It could have been a lot worse just managing to hang on and get the picks back on their side of the map. Still, they are locked a bit into their spawn. They're going to have to clear out that drop, and oh my goodness, Frosty, yeah, doing a great job clearing it out, and it is another wipe on to Xiphias. This is a lot of points on the board. We'll see how far they can take it, Keon.
That's the ultimate question, especially the 2 down. That is definitely going to be a lot of points there right away for Baked Goodies. Able to wrestle it through to the 21 points remaining there, and we'll see if they can even turn this one into even more points, because there's the Trip Strikes and the Booyah Bomb. The entire kitchen sink has been thrown down to the 12 points remaining. It's the 2 members that have also dropped. Make that the 3rd. Save Hill is going to retreat with their lives there at the end, but I feel like that's a huge victory there for Baked Goodies on that push alone, because that is nearly a game-winning push there, especially with the way Xiphias has been playing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been very dominant through these first few minutes of the game. Just the consistent pressure that's been coming out in mid has been so difficult for Xiphias to be able to move through. Gotta not put the cart before the horse there. They gotta get the picks. They are able to clear out some of mid. The Rainmaker helping win that fight on mid and left side, but stray bombs, stray picks are making it very difficult for them to move up. All of Baked Goodies playing from that high ground, making it so difficult for Xiphias to just get any advantage. And yeah, they have their eyes on that right checkpoint. Super smart play, rotating in time. Sluggy does not get out alive of that situation, but big hurdle out of the way. Now they can move on that left side with impunity. They don't need to slow down and get stopped for a good 5-10 seconds on that checkpoint. That's at least the first step to a comeback here for them.
And you're right on the money there. It's just fantastic heads-up play there from Xiphias, recognizing, okay, the right checkpoint, we just got to get that checkpoint clear. Just give us some room to work with down the line, especially with a minute and 30 seconds where a few big fights could easily swing the tides here on a possible comeback. And right now for Baked Goodies, knowing that the checkpoint being clear, they're going to have to see if they can defend this lead with as much pressure as they can. Excuse me, as Safe Hill, if I am not mistaken, their fusion, the ball being thrown and the Rainmaker being thrown to the ball, I think actually got a pick onto one of the members on Xiphias' end, which is a little unfortunate. So this is gonna be a slight extended hold here on this Rainmaker. E-Man, yes, gets the trade with their double, but for Baked Goodies, they just burned a lot of time off the clock with holding on to that Rainmaker.
Yeah, a whole minute left on the clock, though. So there is some time. They don't have to move in overtime. Again, yep, I was going to say, the Zuka, they got to keep an eye out for it. Rainmaker, you need to be so careful. Just random specials being thrown your way could just end the game in an instant. Unfortunately, all of Xiphias just piled on there, ending up getting a double or even triple picked there. So Baked Goodies still in control of this game. They have such an aggressive, push up onto that left side, despite not needing to push at all. They're just guarding that Rainmaker. They're just going to puppy guard this Rainmaker here for the last 15 seconds of the game. The cooler's gonna come out. They have so much leeway to work with here. It's gonna be very, very difficult, but if anything happens, it's gonna have to start here, and that is a pick onto the back line. That is going to be huge. There is... Never mind. Unfortunate. It was a good attempt. Things seem to be starting to go in Xiphias' favor, but the diving Slosher was able to find the pick in time.
That was I think I was like, all right, they got the 2 down, perfect. We can start moving forward, and I think you noted there too, just the diving Slosher had other ideas. That is a 2-0 victory there for Baked Goodies. Almost kind of felt like it was a tale of Baked Goodies just being able to exert so much pressure on the Xiphias, and Xiphias, I feel like, playing just a few steps behind pacing wise. I think was starting to be too much for them. I will give them credit, that fantastic heads up play, getting the right checkpoint, at least giving themselves another chance to work with at the end. You can see a lot of teams trying to go for more safer approach on that left checkpoint in that situation, but ultimately at the end, Baked Goodies, that lead was just way too much for Xiphias as well to get the comeback on. So that's a great performance there from Baked Goodies with very familiar names. They get to move on to that next round, and Xiphias will have to figure out where their fate stands in the lower bracket side. So I mean, honestly, Fusion, Baked Goodies just played that game on a whole nother level.
Yeah, I mean, they were in control for the majority of that match. They yeah, Big Goodies was just kind of in control for a lot of that match. They did end up losing that checkpoint, but they were winning the majority of those fights. They were just doing a great job controlling the pace of the game overall. We saw them prioritizing like getting the picks on that Rainmaker more than anything, and they deserve to win that match. They are going to be moving on to the next round where let's see if we know their opponents already.
Yeah, I think it's going to be in pool A3 for those keeping an eye on that one. Aura is going to be the one that Baked Goodies is going to be dealing with. That's actually the team that features Zenith. I better hope I get your name right. I apologize in advance if I get it wrong there. Volty, Yoshell, and Silver. I think needless to say that's a very tough assignment there for Baked Goodies there, especially with the name power there. So, but that's who they're up against. And then Xiphias will have to figure out which bracket they'll end up going down on the other side. The other side there, which by the way they're going to be playing Angel Link or Angelic. I always never know what that team's pronunciation is for that one. Loser of that matchup between Xiphias and Angel Link is going to be on that Epsilon seeding side. So just something to keep in mind down the road. But Fusion, that was a fantastic set of matchups there. And I want to actually go back to our point now that we got some time to work with there in that 2-0. A lot of really notable teams participating in SuperJump. I think we noted there before. PXG was the team I had eyes on. Moonlight, of course, Hypernova, Black Lotus. A lot of really strong teams are participating in this major here. I feel like this is going to be a lot of teams you'll probably end up seeing in day 2 here on stream especially. But ultimately the question is how far they will get in their respective pools.
Yeah, I mean. It's going to be hotly contested for sure. I mean, each pool has only one team directly going to the alpha bracket of the, I believe, 8 pools. 3 teams from each are going to be going to redemption. So there's going to be a lot of fighting going on to get those extra spots in the top cut. And I mean, it's round 3 of day 1, and we're already going to be seeing FreeFlow versus Honkai, 2 very good teams, just battling it out here. I mean, the day has just started. It's only just begun. We haven't even been on for an hour. We've already got some super exciting matches that have already happened, and some super exciting high-level matches already coming at us quickly. But this is an interesting one. I believe FreeFlow has been FreeFlow's been a team that I think has been kind of straddling the line, like to reach high level for a bit. We've been waiting for them to like make the next step. I'm kind of hoping to see them make some big victories. Honkai is a super duper strong team. I think of super duper words are hard sometimes. Super duper strong team of super familiar faces. I don't think I've seen a lot of them play together before, but they're kind of a team that I think you expect to do well, but it's just like an interesting. I haven't seen these players play together very much. This is going to be a great match. Is like the long and short of what I'm going to say. Very, very good match. FreeFlow is great. We'll see if they're going to be able to really like step it up. I know they have their eyes on a spot in that top 16. If they can make it, Honkai also has their eyes on that. Top 8 is going to be crazy, crazy contested. So even top 16 is, what these teams probably have their eyes on first. It is going to be our first best of 5 match of the day. I believe this should be. Is this the semifinals in the pool, or is this the?
It is the semifinals. It's semis. Yes. So I'll get you covered the rest of the way there. I think you pretty much hit hit everything there basically. Honkai. You normally see Honkai, by the way, also in the Sindoku season finales there as well. Where the team just not able to break through to the top cut. It's always a very hotly contested tournament on top of it. So, but we glad to see this team participate. You get to see FreeFlow, which I am blanking because they usually also participate in another pickup name as well. there. But notable names do include JJ Parks as well from FreeFlow, which again, they're too just wanting to make that next step there into that top level side. I want to see how this team plays out. I think, if I'm also not mistaken, this is members from FreeFlow, Fusion, also participating in the Momocon tournament that happened last month, or the Momocon LAN rather, and they and I think a handful of members on that team finished second. Of course, Moonlight had the undefeated run in that particular LAN, but I feel like this team, you can really sense that this team could easily make the jump. The question is, can they do it against a very tough opponent in Honkai? And I feel like that's what we're hoping to see here out of this best of 5 matchup.
Yeah, definitely will be very interesting. Seems like the rosters are going to be or at least for this match for Honkai, it's going to be Kabi, Wumi, Nilla, and Taro. Some very strong players. I'm a little bit surprised to not see Kaden in this match, or perhaps even in this tournament, but it should be a great match. Either way, I mean, all of these players are incredible. I'm interested to see whether we're going to, whether Swisher's going to pull out that Tentabrella, as I think they're one of the few remaining bastions of Tentabrella rep in the community. I think like on a map like Zones Mahi, we could be seeing some of that come out here. I'm not entirely sure what they've been running recently. I mean, all these teams have been adapting to the meta changes. I mean, when Hammer was everywhere, Tent wasn't in the greatest place, but I think now that like Zuka's back on the menu, we could be seeing some more of it.
Fusion, I feel like you're gonna have to check me here on this one. I think the weapons that dropped the 30 weapons in the third kits was out 2 weeks ago. So maybe 3. One of those 2 numbers are actually correct. But I think a lot of things are still, in my mind, still developing there. So I think we'll get a much better picture for how things will shape here in the next couple weeks or so. But for this particular super jump, I feel like we're going to be seeing probably some comfort weapons, and if players are very quick to realize, oh, maybe the third kit mini is amazing. Maybe for all we know, then the Claws 96 is wanting to make an appearance just to throw a weapon out there. Like, I think players are trying to get more familiar with these weapons and see how it fits in their comps. But right now, I think both teams are going to be able to solve the puzzle right now, as it's going to be Mahi zones on this one. On to this best of 5, maps 1, 3, and 5 will be zones, so something to keep in mind for those tuning in as we get to check here. Honkai going to be on the orange color side, purple side is going to be FreeFlow. So this third kit, H3
L3D, or L3, whatever.
L3D even. It's the L3. I'm gonna always get the H3 or the L3 because it never sees airtime, and I get the sense that this third kit has been popular in certain circles. I'm amazed to just see it here, all things considered, in SuperJump Fusion.
It's a legit kit. I'm sad that we haven't seen L3 at all, but this is like Splatoon 2 L3D almost, but with Splat Bomb instead of Burst Bomb. Great. It's a great kit coming out already. Both these teams fighting through that zone. Nilla of Honkai is going to end up getting taken out in mid. This Inkjet gonna get a decent amount of leverage here. They do have that pencil to contest on the other side, but that alone not quite as devastating as I think it's been to play Inkjet in the recent past. Already, FreeFlow doing a good job locking down the middle of the map. They do have a bit of a lead, but the Hammer is going to shift the tides here as IB Wumi cleans them up. Great stuff. That is going to be a recap and a lot of space for Honkai to work with.
Question is if Honkai can take advantage here, and both teams, especially at this level, will be able to take full advantage of any opportunities they can get. It's a theme that for those in the audience you'll get to see here as the tournament progresses throughout. As right now, JJ immediately pops the Hammer. He's gonna get the trade with the pencil, just runs right in, just trying to go right into Taro. The eyes on the prize. I gotta get the pencil out of there, and does get the value, but it ends in a trade. All things considered, their FreeFlow still a little bit behind here. They will take out the squeezer. All things considered, JJ and Swisher already drops as well. Just a furious paint for the zone. It's not going to be enough by the end of it. Cakes is just going to be caught in no man's land there. 20 points remaining, still counting down. Honkai trying to tighten everything up here and get the dub here in game 1, which they should be able to here as they take out the few remaining members of FreeFlow. That is Honkai taking home game number 1 to kick off winner semis here in day 1.
Great stuff. I mean, that Hammer pick was so crazy. Just Taro being able to just 2-tap that two-tap Woomy with that hammer definitely shifted the tides a bit. I mean, if you get your backline taken out and they still have a hammer to throw while in mid, it's difficult to really clear that out. I mean, we saw that hammer doing a lot of damage. I feel like that hammer was, not that the wiper specifically was like a pick because of Tentabrella, but I mean, Woomy, believe, just plays wiper in general, but it feels targeted with how good it was against that team there. Absolutely great stuff coming out. I think that Honkai did a really good job. Sorry, oh my goodness. Yeah, Honkai did a really good job locking out the members of FreeFlow throughout that game, and already, oh my god, these guys don't even want to like catch their breath. They already know what they're doing. They play the weapons that they play. They want action. It's best of 5. We can get this done in the same amount of time as a best of 3 if we're really trying. At least that seems to be what Honkai's thinking. Same weapons all around, except I believe that T-Tech was it a T-Tech before? Well, we're gonna be canceling that match for now.
Yep. We'll have to hold off that one. It's very funny because I was like, I want to hear more about what happened in that game 1, and then they're like, no, forget it. We gotta get game 2 out of the way here. I'm guessing. I think we gotta hear the bird in our ear once again. What exactly happened on that cancellation as to why the match got canceled?
Seems like they're subbing in a player.
Gotcha. It looks like. Yeah, sorry, stop over there. It was it looks like just a substitution error there. So we're just getting that all settled. So they didn't allow you to catch your breath. Giving you the second map here is Scorch Gorge Clan Blitz. There's the one enthusiast out there that is always happy to see Clan Blitz. I'm gonna shout you out right then and there, and especially for this Scorch Gorge Clan Blitz matchup. I think we originally were thinking, all right, let's run it back the same weapons. Now with the substitution change here soon, I'm gonna be intrigued to see how, in this case for FreeFlow, I think that's what the sub is. What weapons they're gonna dish out here, because obviously with the sub change, it's got to be a different weapon, and trying to see how it fits in competition with their with this map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there were some weapon changes that were going to happen on the side of FreeFlow, as already we're seeing Honkai locked in. They know exactly what they are going with here. Not too many surprises there. I guess you kind of have to adapt when you're playing some interesting weapons like that Tentabrella coming out. Yeah, I mean, I think that there can certainly be a lot done like behind that Tentabrella through like mid here, can help you push that clam basket, whereas it specifically just gets some space back on zones. So that's something to keep an eye out for this game. I'm particularly interested in how they're going to deal with Woomy on the wiper. I think that the wiper was able to do just so much, like disrupting, and I mean consistently having that hammer ready. If it's so hard to really deal with a player on the enemy team who just wants you gone. So we'll see if they're going to be able to adapt to it, and adapt they will with that. Now with the Luna Blaster, great pick here. Going to be able to fight super well around that big hill in top mid with that Fizzy and a hammer of their own. So we'll see if that adaptation is going to work out here.
We'll see if the adaptation does indeed play out. Which, by the way, when Adapt is playing the Neo Luna Blaster, they decided not to run the double stamp. So now you got JJ on that Mint Decapitator there as well to give them the bubble option and a whole different makeup here to this comp. Which, by the way, JJ immediately gets a couple picks there. We knew what was going on. That's gonna be the first capture, or first cash-in rather, for this Clan Blitz one. And now will they get a handful of points on the board? So far, just the 1+1. Parks is there with a few other small clams into the picture. Doesn't look like they're going to catch them in quite yet because they're losing a lot of ground. Parks is able to get those clams in time as the squeezer and the wiper drops as well from Honkai. Adapt is going to go down though as well, but this is still a firm hold into this basket here for FreeFlow. There's just not going to be any clams left to take, so they're just going to have to retreat with their lives. The jump's going to will get punished here, but they will get the trade at the end of it. But FreeFlow already losing members. They're just JJ still, however, trying to play as aggressive despite the one member up situation. And JJ's like, okay, we're done here. Reset time. Fusion FreeFlow immediately gets what I believe is a 1 power clam plus 9 small clams to take it home to 53-point main. Very decent start there for them.
Yeah, I think the Luna Blaster ending up working out a kind of short range to mid range, guaranteed just get out of here option to deal with that wiper, which was troubling them last game, but not able to deal with it here. They end up losing that fight by the basket, and already Honkai answering back. They have so many clams online. Another power. They have a pity coming in that is going to make its way to the basket and get in. Very nice lead coming back. They do end up getting wiped in the process, so that lead is not going to hold for perhaps as long as they're hoping for. Specials are getting ready. They're going to have a pity clam online. FreeFlow already looking to answer back. They have everyone on that right side there. Remember last time it was JJ on that left side flanking, who was able to really create that opening that they needed. The hammer's not going to find any picks, but this is where the shield comes in handy. Here comes that first clam into the basket. The strikes are going to disrupt the push here, but that is not going to be enough to stop it. The clams are coming. The shield is ready. That is going to be another clam into the basket. There's only one more clam, and that would be the lead. It's just the Tentabrilla left alive. They are going to get taken out. Single clam lead. Man, Honkai just barely able to hang on to it. Only 3 minutes into this game, both these teams have scoring on their mind. They want to put this game away right now.
I am not at all surprised that scoring is just the first thing you will do. Again, the very experienced teams, they're just trying to take as much advantage as they can. The window of opportunity is going to show for them. And for FreeFlow, almost a great play design as well. Bubble being used, follows up with the tent. It's just that Honkai also had trip tricks at the ready from the T-Tech on top of it too, so it was just a slight disruption. Didn't mean a whole lot initially until it got to the 27 points remaining, and JJ was the one that was trying to return back to get the small clams in, but by then they've already lost the ground around the basket, and that's where the push gets stalled. So FreeFlow, great response. They're gonna have to do it again though, and I think, and it is very much possible that they can, but right now they just gotta win some of the, they just gotta win a lot of that map control that they need around this, around the middle side here in Scorched Clams. So looking at about a minute 13 to go on the clock here. Still some setup time left. It's gonna come down, honestly, Fusion, to how the fight plays out. JJ gets one. Will they get the second? The answer so far is not quite. It is just still a trade, and there's two members that drop for FreeFlow, and I think Honkai will be trying to run right in for the cash in.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that splash wall is going to solidify them some space. A lot of clams online, not quite enough to knock out just yet. FreeFlow is going to have to scramble to get back in time. Two members taken out on the side of Honkai. It's just Taro on top mid. Jumps are coming back in. That is the wiper, going to be able to fight at close range pretty well, but ends up getting cleaned up. Nice job from FreeFlow, not scrambling under pressure, able to stay alive, able to fight together. And oh my god, Parks on the left side gets a huge pick. Now the pressure from that second angle. This could be it. FreeFlow has clams coming into the basket. That's one clam. Here comes the second one. That is going to be the clams more. Two clams and the game is over. FreeFlow answers back.
I am in awe. Just the crazy back and forth, and also a fantastic response from FreeFlow. Parks doesn't get the pick. The defense would easily get set up there for Honkai. Oh my goodness! And this was basically Clam Blitz in a nutshell. Fusion. Big pushes, back and forth we go. I was worried if Honkai's push to extend the lead was just going to be too much for FreeFlow. But FreeFlow, by the way, two power clams. They also had the pity clam in the back for a little bit of insurance if they needed to. But it was just a well-played setup from that final push. And that was nothing short of amazing there from FreeFlow, and they just tie up this set 1-1. And now we go into the third map here again. Zones 1, 3, 5 setup for those tuning in. So game 3 going to be zones. It's going to be ramen zones leading up here. So they may have readied this one up early. So it's going to be so the question will be if they're going to stick with the same 4 players here from FreeFlow. But I mean, Adapt coming in. Luna Blaster, JJ onto that mid decaf Fusion was an excellent change, and it really showed.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the blaster tent combo it's a true combo. It's as old as time itself, or as old as the tent umbrella itself. Just great. Tent umbrella, not particularly good at clearing out areas with its main weapon. It clears out space, but not the players. Blaster, not particularly great at taking the space, but great at clearing out players. They work very well together. Ended up doing great, and Parks and JJ got some huge picks that opened up the defenses on the side of Honkai that last game. Not too many off angles on Zone's Ramen here. We saw like the bridge being a huge factor in that previous match, but I think something like that blaster could get a lot of work done here. I think making sure you don't get you don't scramble like under pressure in this match or on this map's pretty important. It's pretty easy to like get spawn camped, but if you have the specials, if you take your time, you can clear them out. I think that both of these teams really wanted to get back into the game last time, and we saw Honkai tried to do that, didn't quite get enough, or didn't get to the basket, and that let FreeFlow take that last game. We'll see if teams are going to be able to really get back into it here. Both teams now with that decavitator, no more wiper on line. Wumi's going to be swapping over. Still that squeezer in play. Squeezer, I feel like I haven't seen Squeezer in a long time. I mean, we saw Squeezer last game, but nobody plays Squeezer nowadays.
Squeezer lost so much airtime, especially with changes to, especially with all the patch changes. It dating back to probably a handful back then. So that's gonna be interesting to see see how that all holds up. We also get that mint decaf duel now. Wumi gonna fight JJ at the end of it, but it looks like with all the fighting that was really just happening inside, didn't really give me time to just check everything else. That was a quick wipeout, by the way. So Honkai is gonna put everything into its lockdown position there. One Suga shot fires at the tent, and then the other one takes out Swisher, and that's gonna be two members down. Things starting to go way out of control here, and Honkai is just definitely taking advantage of this one here, Fusion.
Yeah, they're on the aggressive here. They need to make sure they don't overextend. They've done a great job of that so far, just holding that high ground. They are doing a great job locking it down. Wumi just taking out people who get too close, and really just kind of that blunt damage, just big damage over an area to say, just don't come in here for the next second or two, has been massive. Adapt, wow! Managing to move in from that left side, sneaking in with that hammer, able to block the shots and give themselves the space to move in. Absolutely massive. Not even using that, not even newly buffed, but recently-ish buffed, like, throw. Just blocking the shots with it, so much more consistent than it was at the start of this game, and Adapt getting even more, a couple extra picks online as a result of that. Now FreeFlow is in control of this game.
Yeah, FreeFlow, NetFlow now in control. They just gotta keep the advantage for as long as they can because they're out of the penalty points. If they lose control of the zone, that's gonna be huge penalty points being applied. So here comes Wumi, and here's the trip strikes being thrown into the zone there, looking for the neutral. There's FreeFlow paints over right in time, and JJ wins the duel over Ivy Wumi, but that's all it's gonna be because that's 3 down. FreeFlow cannot chase this one any further. They're gonna have to sub with the 26 points remaining. Now they just gotta make sure that they don't get totally locked out in this situation. The wall is there to give them the space. Wumi just trying to sneak around the tent from around Swisher's tent rather, but is going to get shut down by the end of it. Down to 40 points remaining, and extra in the penalty points here. Adapt is still trying to find an opening around that side. Is going to find the chase on the Taro. Taro drops, gets the second. That's the third. The triple from Adapt is there, and that will be the zone's captain. 3 members down from Honkai. FreeFlow has a chance to set everything back up here, Fusion.
Yeah, great stuff on that. I mean, I think the survive from Swish on the 10th let like JJ move in on that left side. That gave space for Adapt to move in on the right. Just great team play overall, able to bounce back very quickly. And Parks now trying to lock out that decav on the right side. They are going to end up jumping back to the plat. That's a lot of extra points online. The hammer throw is going to get some points on the board. The pressure is on. Time is ticking down. This is likely going to be the lead. That's 2 members down. FreeFlow now locking them into their spawn. Honkai has to run for the zone in order to do anything. Umbrella's in the way. There's no left on the timer, and they're not able to cap the zone in time. FreeFlow hanging on, taking yet another game, now just 1 game away from getting this victory.
Fusion, this has been a story of two different free flows, to say the least. Game one without Adapt, honestly a crazy back and forth, but Honkai getting the better end of it. Adapt comes in, JJ's mint decaf it gets changed. Adapt on the Neo Luna Blaster. All of a sudden, Honkai just doesn't have answers. The triple from Adapt to give Free Flow the chance to get control of the zone and then put everything into the and then get the lockout set up really changed the tides. You also saw the hammer toss as well from Adapt to get one more. Then Honkai straggling in just makes it so much more difficult. And this, I think the question we had at the beginning of the set, as both teams gonna be queuing into, this is not gonna be the correct map, by the way. For those who are and I'll tell you why here in a bit. But if you're no, yeah, I know they're probably they're gonna be exiting out here soon. We'll pull the curtain out there here soon. But yeah, Fusion. The question that you asked, and I also had the same is, will FreeFlow make the next jump? And I feel like FreeFlow, especially with this adapt change, it has really showed so far. They just got to take this one home. And by the way, the original map list had Ship Shape Rainmaker. It's not going to be Ship Shape Rainmaker, so we got some extra time to digest this third map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they seem to be making that next jump. I think it's not even necessarily like, I mean, Adapt's been doing a great job, but really just giving their team composition the big dumb damage has done a lot of good things for them. Being able to protect the like Tentabrilla, which it literally denies space, and forces the opponents to come from off angles. Having something that can just generally watch those angles and get those picks like a blaster has done a lot of great work. I mean, we saw the entire team, like in that clip there, everyone was scrambling away because what do you do when the shield's rolling at you, when you have an edit behind it and a decav coming as well? Both just all weapons that push you backwards. So having something to push them into is so valuable, and it's ended up doing wonders for them so far. We're going to be moving on to Rainmaker on Museum Delphi. I think a much bigger map. Going to be more of a challenge, I think, for the Luna Blaster to quite get as close as Adapt has in these previous games. But I think I'd like to see Honkai what Honkai is able to do in terms of like adaptation. They've mostly been sticking with the same things. I do wonder if like their team composition seems to be pretty static. I'm kind of hoping they perhaps play a little bit more like high grounds, avoid the Tentabrilla altogether, because we've seen like when they're all on the low ground, they end up playing right into FreeFlow's hands, ending up getting forced backwards rather than just avoiding interactions entirely. We see the double Brella coming out. Never mind.
So
Never
this
mind.
is. I have a sneaking suspicion and the bird's gonna tell us. Maybe the cat in the background, by the way, who is a purring, by the way, is also gonna tell us. I have a feeling this might be a substitution change or something different is gonna happen. We'll have to wait and see. And I think this actually is gonna confirm our suspicions here. I think we are gonna be getting a substitution change from FreeFlow. I think we're gonna get Cakes back in. Here there is going to be another member that's going to get swapped out. So Swisher is going to be gone. So that's going to be the ultimate question the ultimate question that they're going to have here in this Museum Rainmaker is, I think the tent's going to be gone. The question will be is how does FreeFlow adapt to take this one home in a 3-1 victory here? And obviously for Honkai, what do you need to do to contain Adapt? I mean, Adapt has changed the makeup of FreeFlow, to say the least here. Fusion, so I feel like you got a couple targets you got to aim for, and for Honkai right now, that's really what they're trying to solve.
Yeah, I mean, having like good ways to like clear corners is very important when you're dealing with a blaster. Things like just general displacement and bombs and whatnot are all very good. And I mean, from what we've been seeing from Honkai, they haven't exactly had that in their team compositions. They've been relying very heavily on like scrapping power. They have like Squeezer, they have either Wiper or Decav, they have Pencil, things that like poke or get quick picks on people who are standing out in the open. But when you have a weapon that's just gonna sit there and wait until you get close, it's much harder to play offense against that. It's not as hard to play defense, but very hard to play offense against it.
That's gonna be what we're. I'm gonna be curious to see how Honkai is gonna approach this one. So you got the T-Tex back in tow. IB Woomies, all right, back to the wiper we go. That is adapt, by the way, on the third kit try. The Brella and the the L3s here. So looks like both teams opting to stick with opting to accept screen here in this situation. But one of the big surprises here from FreeFlow, for the record, double inkjet, by the way, as well. JJ's got the inkjet, then you got Cakes on the inkjet as well. Something to keep an eye on. But I am a little surprised to see the third kit try make an appearance, if anything. There, 2 quick picks, by the way, from Cakes, or rather 2 quick picks against Honkai, excuse me, their fusion. And so far, 30 seconds in, it is nothing short other than just a lot of fighting.
I have not seen double inkjet since like 2018. But Honkai, Honkai, despite losing some members early, are going to be able to get that first checkpoint very quickly, I might add. They lost some members, but they didn't end up losing the fight. The screen's going to come out. Who cares? Let's just run right through it. Get some extra points on the board. 1 minute in, 30 points on the... getting it down to 31 is so many points. It's a great start. This is a map that's very difficult to get that far along on. So being able to just do that this quickly is great. And, what? Okay. Wumi managing to stay alive for way too long there, not able to move forward, but does buy their team time to jump back into Taro in mid, who's locking down. And man, FreeFlow has been stuck on their plat. They've had such a difficult time moving with the low range of their team composition. It seems like Taro just has free reign to do whatever they want.
I'm actually trying to even figure out like what this comp is supposed to be, because you mentioned double inkjet being used. Cakes is just trying to fly from distance there, throwing it into Wumi, excuse me, immediately shutting down the ultra stamp, and that is gonna be the 3 members drop there. But now they gotta figure out how they can take advantage there. But they're getting snuffed out big time here by Honkai rather. There's honestly a lot to digest. That's why everything's going a million miles an hour for me here, Fusion, because that third kit Tri-Slosher is still kind of mystifying to me, especially with the screen. And then you have to figure out how to get that to work in conjunction with the double inkjet. Honkai just is reading all over this comp here, to say the least here, Fusion. You mentioned with a much shorter range. So, gonna be intrigued to see what opportunities FreeFlow is gonna try to do in order to get the lead, or even the first checkpoint rather, because so far Honkai is just in total control right now, Fusion.
Yeah, they've definitely been in control. I think that they're just able to hold the Rainmaker on this right side. I think that you can see they're just being so non-committal. They got those points early, and now they're just waiting for the members of FreeFlow to just try and drop into them. There aren't oh my goodness, so many guaranteed ways for them to move up. They're just waiting until these members drop. When the inkjets come out, yeah, they do some damage, but they also kind of like incapacitate you for a decent bit of time, so you can kind of run circles when like the double inkjet ends up coming out. They get a few extra points on the board, but now this is the real opportunity. This is where they cook the. I don't know what the idiom is. This is where the something is made. FreeFlow does not have the time in order to really just build up their specials, maintain pink control, get that checkpoint. They end up getting shut down by members of Honkai. They're just not able to get like the picks in time. We can kind of see like all of the weapons are a little bit. They're not the greatest at getting all of these individual picks, chasing members down on their own, whereas the composition from Honkai is like made specifically to get those kills. And yeah, we can just see now that Honkai has the lead, they're more than content to just chill with that Rainmaker here. They could even take it up to that top of that wall if they're so devious as to do that.
Fusion with about a minute left to go on the clock, 20 points remaining, almost effectively a game-winning push if they're able to keep up the same pressure that they had. The screen there, Taro's just staring at it. It's just going to keep retreating backwards and backwards and backwards they go until they realize they're going to have to swim around it. There's just a lot of no respect on that one. You got to see a little bit of the grayscale that Taro had to swim through. Didn't look like he was able to dodge the screen effectively there. Now, here's something you got to keep in mind. Taro's just going to have to move forward WM1 style in that regard, because Taro had about 10 seconds left on that Rainmaker. It was going to explode if they held it on for too long. So it was just the right read there from Honkai. Now they're just trying to pressure everybody out. Parks had to just drop the Rainmaker down to the lower ground just to make sure Honkai doesn't have a chance to contest. But I mean, 20 seconds left to go. The mountain just gets bigger here because time's not on their side. They gotta clear the first checkpoint. Kabi's just sharking on the other side of the map. FreeFlow's just not going to be able to snuff this one out because they're so well hidden. The Inkjet's going to be used. There's 2 members that drop, and 5 seconds left to go. 3 members drop. The Rainmaker's done. The Wipeout's already there for the cherry on top fusion, and that's Honkai. They tie up the set 2-2. We go to Game 5 here in this winter semifinals matchup.
Yeah, we sure do. That game was dominant from Honkai. I mean, FreeFlow had such a hard time moving around. They were just not able to get past the wall that Taro was putting up. Just incredible defense coming out. And I think that something that was very interesting was, so like you said, the Tri-Slosher with screen, I know some top players, I think like Kyo was pretty high on the that Tri-Slosher. And I think in theory it's pretty good. But what I saw continue to happen that game was the screen came out, members, or the aggressive members of Honkai would just go around it, or even go through it. Like, they have a splash wall, so they could just like throw the splash wall through and hide behind it still for some protection. Like, the screen came out, but nobody from FreeFlow was able to like win the fights to keep up with the screen. So the screen kept coming out and only holding back the objective. You know, it kept coming out on those choke points, but it just did not come out like in time. It did not come out like quickly enough that members were able to take advantage of it. I think it's super good because it like deliberately slows down a push. It slows down a push a lot. So basically to give your aggros time to just dive on the objective. But that just was not able to happen here. I think a lot of the weapons were a little bit like reliant on like paints in order to move up. They weren't the kind of things that take advantage of the screen quite as well as weapons we had been seeing in like the previous game, perhaps. But we are going to be moving back to that tent umbrella here. So Swish is back in the lobby. Cakes is no longer in the lobby as we move to zones on Humpback Pump Track. And I kind of expect to see some more of what we've been seeing, because Luna Blaster, Humpback Pump Track, no items,
yeah,
box only.
Final Destination. But I mean, I'd be stunned if any part of that comp returns back. I feel like, as you mentioned before, the screen. I know a lot of players. I was a firm believer in it, but again, both teams have to accept that screen has to get played. Otherwise, it will just never see the light of day. And that's why I was like, okay, so they both agreed to the screen. You saw in that push where Taro gets it down to 31 points for me. You can dish out the screen, but if the team's like, all right, we already got the lead, let's just go forward, forget it. We don't need to be patient with it. Just have the Rainmaker holder go grayscale on that. I think they just didn't. There just wasn't much respect for the screen. It felt like from Honkai, and that's kind of where I think in zones, Humpback Pump Track Fusion, there should be changes from FreeFlow if they want to try to get that Game 5 dub. Which, by the way, Game 5 is now upon us. We take a look at the weapons here. I think it's going to be the exact same weapons from Honkai. The question is, are the changes on the other side going to matter? The answer is very much yes. Now we are seeing tried and true weapons from FreeFlow. JJ's on the Wiper, Switcher back on the tent, and Adapt back to the weapon they know best, the Neo Luna Blaster here, Fusion.
Yes, indeed. Making sure they can get those picks. I mean, this is a completely different dynamic, I think. When you add the 10th team composition, things change even for all the other players, even if they were playing the same weapons. Super big. Parks on this low ground. 2 members down actually on the side of Honkai at the start of this match here, as FreeFlow is going to take that early advantage. Do end up losing a couple points, but managing to maintain control of that zone. Man, but Honkai already back and looking for a way in. Trades come out between the 2 Wipers there, hitting each other with pool noodles for a little bit there. As Adapt yet again sharking. Nobody is able to keep an eye on them. They may have Ninja Squid, and that may be a factor in order to let them get all the way in. JJ on the Wiper, though, very interesting pick, I think, here on this map. That hammer is definitely another way to clear some space. That double hammer coming out from the side of FreeFlow. But the tide seemed to be shifting a little bit here, as Honkai's gonna be able to recap the zone and get a lot of space here in the middle of the map.
And now the question is, can they take advantage of the zones in their favor here? The answer so far rather appears to be no. The 3 members down. It's just the pencils alive. They're gonna have to just retreat for the lives there. FreeFlow getting the quick cap. So now Taro, by the way, with a pick onto Adapt, huge shutdown. as well. The question is for FreeFlow, can they get out of the penalty points? This is going to be a staggered 2 down. That's going to be Taro painting the zone in the other direction. Adapt just knows that Taro's there right out of spawn. Sure, but that gives Honkai a chance to get the zones only for a few quick seconds before FreeFlow turns the tides around, basically. And there we see two specials available that are all online. The hammer being used. The Zuka shut down. The other hammer rather is available if they want to take advantage of it. Wumi goes out with their own hammer, shuts down JJ on top of it, and gets the pick on the parks on the hammer toss, and that is two immediate picks there from Wumi. Adapt trying to fight back with Nilla there. Honkai gets the zones back on top of it. It is just non-stop fighting here, Fusion. Everybody's fighting across the board in this very condensed map, to say the least. Honkai's out of the penalty points here though. The Squeezer is going to drop on top of it, and Honkai needs to take advantage here with this very push.
I don't think we've seen mid cleared like once this match. Someone's always is sharking in the trenches there. Wumi has their eyes on the Tensumbrella, able to find a nice pick. Forget that wall. It's not going to be any help against that hammer. IB Wumi clearing out 3 members down now. The pressure is really on. FreeFlow up 2-1 now on their last legs. 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to make a push very quickly. The Zuka does not find anyone. Kabi manages to dodge and weave, moving through. 2 members down onto FreeFlow. They're not going to be able to make it to the zone. They're just chilling in spawn. They have no way to get back in. That's going to be game. Honkai is going to end up coming out victorious in this Game 5 set.
Everything, that's why I noted before, if they can take advantage of this push, this could be devastating for FreeFlow, and they went the whole 9 yards there, Fusion, with taking that one home to the KO at Game 5, and that was a very unfortunate tale that was basically unfolding in real time, to say the least there, Fusion, because it looked like it is such a great comp, all things considered, with double hammer. It just came down to just critical picks at the worst time, at the best times for Honkai, the worst times for FreeFlow, excuse me, and it really showed. I know some of us are going to look at that Game 4 and wonder, did they try to do a little too much with their composition? But I mean, in Game 5, there was definitely a chance, especially with the strong start FreeFlow had, and just things just fell apart really quick. But all the credit to Honkai here, Fusion, still keeping their cool in this very intense Game 5 set.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff. Seems like there may have been some like AFK or connection issues, but it's very unfortunate. Either way, FreeFlow still going to have a good shot of making that redemption bracket. Again, 3 teams from each of these pools going to be making redemption. Doesn't matter like too much, I think, which slot you're gonna get. I think that they're a team that can certainly do a lot of work and make it back out of redemption into that top 16. So hoping to see them later. Honkai is going to be moving on to the finals of their pool, where they're going to be facing off against Milk Duds of all teams. Maybe a favorite to win the tournament. That is the Starburst FT win pickup. Great players. They're going to have Honkai's going to have a hard time against them no matter how well they play, but either way, I think that there's so many good teams in this tournament. You're always going to be playing against one of the best teams, just by nature of making it to the final 2 teams in your pool.
And I felt like that's kind of what played out there in real time. But that was a very fun 5-game set here in winter semis. We get to do a winners finals on one of the pools coming up here soon. The question for us will easily be which one. And I mean, Fusion, we look at the first 3 sets we've seen today. Well, both 2 sets going the distance. Yes, one of them went best of 3, but that one going the distance in a best of 5. I feel like FreeFlow definitely can make the next step. There's just a lot of things they need to clean up there, but I feel like this is a team with a very high potential to make surprises throughout this tournament there too. But Honkai is just trying to make sure they can continue to keep things up for them. So a lot of things to really look out for coming into this tournament here. And again, we'll still be waiting here. Oh, and it looks like we actually will be getting our next matchup there. Which, by the way, shout outs to Inky, our amazing producer. By the way, for this cast, we can't do it all without them for sure. So let's take a look at the next one, which, by the way, has been queued up. It's 3 letters, STL. My brain immediately thinks of a city there in Missouri, and they're up against Fruittella, and that is the winners finals we're going to be watching here. Fusion.
I believe that STL. I don't know who else was on the team, but when we looked at it yesterday, it was, I believe, Thunder and Dark. So very strong players. I'm not sure who they filled out the roster with, but I'm going to take a peek at that. Fruittella, another extremely strong team. I mean, this should be a very, very exciting match. Dark, Fantar, Thunder, and Wave. Yeah, great players. I think that, I'm not sure what STL means to them. Not a very unassuming name. Fruittella, they've been around quite a while. Great team. Punchy, Crowny, Yuki, and Slurp Chad.
Yeah.
Splatoon team names, they always get you. Our Splatoon player names too.
I feel like this is just a Splatoon player names moment here. Player names here too. We're probably gonna be seeing all the pickup names here when we get into Riptide Land in a handful of months. There, and I'm gonna be like, why did you? I can at least talk to the people there and be like, wait, why did you name that your pickup team, Dad? We can worry about that months down the line. Which, by the way, yeah, just to get you guys queued up here, of course, with this being the winners final side, of course, winner, I believe someone's gonna have to fact check me on this one. I believe the winner of this one will probably qualify for the top 16 side, but I could very well be wrong. And I think Fusion's nodding yes on that one. So this is gonna be an auto bid to alpha bracket coming up at stake rather for this particular matchup. I mean, as you mentioned before, Fruittella, very strong team. It's been a while since I've seen that team in the circuit. It felt like they were out for a while in late 2024. But glad to see them back again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's been a bit since I've seen a sort of Crush Soda like team come together again. I mean, they didn't exist last night when we looked at the teams, or in the middle of yesterday. So they've evidently decided somewhat last minute I guess, to play this tournament, or at least signed up last minute. Extremely good players. I think an absolute lock for top 8. I think that they're a team who could potentially get top 3, maybe even like second or first if the day is right for them. Really, really good players. So Fruittella definitely has some work cut out for them here. I believe that, these are the first 2 seeds of this pool, STL being seed 1, Fruittella being seed 2.
So I have been informed here STL means satellite for context, which you shortened it to three letters there instead of probably spelling it out. I feel like we're gonna have to have a small talk about that, but that's from what I've heard the team what that team name stands for in this situation. So I feel like very, very strong names there from Satellite here, Fusion or STL. With I've definitely seen Wave and Thunder across the board here. So I'm wondering if we get to see a very fun set here. I know you and I are probably rooting for this to go all 5 as we saw in the last one. I wouldn't be shocked based on playstyle if it tells us otherwise. But I mean, but again, a lot in line here for an auto bin to alpha loss. I would not be surprised. Loss rather, excuse me, put you on that redemption side of the bracket where you do have a chance to fight for alpha. You just got to play some more games later today. So, I mean, we got all the setup there in tow here, Fusion. So we got to get to the maps here real quick. Again, we got a best of 5 games. 1, 3, and 5 in this set is going to be zones. First one here in this set, Mako Mart zones is our leadoff.
Yeah, it is. Interestingly, I looked up Fruittella, and they disbanded last July.
Okay, cool. I knew I wasn't going crazy.
Disbanded last July, but starting April again, April of this year, they started winning tournaments again, like a paddling pool, Triton Cup, paddling pool again, another Triton Cup over the last 2 months. So a big reunion tournament for them, it seems like, they're picking up where they left off, absolutely. I'm hoping this is an exciting match because they were like a Division X European team in the past. Now they're going against some. I don't even know if these DivX players really have played much Ludi on the side of STL. They're kind of like they're just like the best players. I think like at some point they may have played Ludi, but I don't think it's recent. Really great teams. Yeah,
it would have had to been some ancient times ago if they wanted to participate in Ludi there to Fusion, which for the record with Ludi and Ludi Mind's always respected to team signups anywho. So you can definitely say they're definitely some of the best players that we're getting to see out here today in this pool stage. So I want to see this go the distance. You and I both there, but we got to see how they both play out. Obviously, this Mako Zones map shouldn't be any surprises for those tuning in. It is a staple zones map for a lot of places. Probably one of the better ones that we get to see here today. The maps and the guaranteed map 2 that is not zones is going to be your Hagelfish Market tower control map as well. So that's what both teams will have to look forward to, and then we're back to zones again. So, I mean, about 19 seconds left to go here, Fusion. I feel like I feel like this game one's going to really tell the tale of how this set's going to play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to know exactly how this is going to go, especially when we're thinking about players who we haven't seen in a bit. I would expect perhaps the momentum is I think the scales are tipped a little bit in STL's direction for now, but it remains to be seen. Fruittella is absolutely not a slouch. Picking up with the meta we saw up until a couple weeks ago is STL rocking that S-Blast as well as a Neo Splashmatic. So that is going to be 2 sets of strikes potentially coming out on the zone, where you got strikes and a crab on the other side from Fruittella. Wave on that pencil going to be matched by the heavy edit coming out, I believe, is that from Mustard.
Yep, and Drift King immediately gained a few picks there as well for Fruittella, as Fruittella is going to be on the pink side. We got the green colored side being Satellite or STL in this situation, as it is just going to be a lot of points being cashed in through, especially with the weapons that we are used to seeing before the patch has dropped, as Yuki immediately picks out 2. Wave and Thunder both down to Yuki, and the 2 down means respawns aren't going to necessarily favor them. They're going to have to look for a big fight here soon. Slosher has that special available if they're able to make this one count. Punchy immediately uses the crab tank to zone Satellite right now, but 24 points remain, still counting down. They're going to have to throw everything into this zone. Trip strikes, Booyah Bombs, you name every special in the book being thrown into the zone there. They get the cap finally, but 15 points remain is the score, but this could be a big opportunity for STL or Satellite coming up here, Fusion.
Yeah, absolutely huge push at the start from Fruittella, but STL now has their feet. They have their bearings. The strikes let them get back into the zone. Now, once they get the position, they could do a lot of damage. They're locking down this left side, able to find a pick. Drift King managing to get out alive despite not having Cooler for a jump back. They are going to end up dropping and getting picked off. Now, the momentum all the way in the favor of STL. They're just picking off members of Fruittella as they drop in, but Mustard gets a nice pick, taking out the bucket before they end up going down. The tides could shift. The members of Fruittella moving in. A couple from that right side. The strikes are going to come out on the zone, matched by the Booyah Bomb. The time is ticking down. That is not quite going to be lead. This should still be lead. That is indeed. Now, is there enough time for them to really recap the zone? It's now a 3v3 situation. Bombs are consistently coming out. Do they even have enough paint? They're trying to fight for the zone. They're just not able to cap it. They were all guarding the zone, but just not able to.
That's, I think, to say the least. Fruittella locked in right at the gate. STL caught by surprise. Gets an even bigger push at the, of their own. And yeah, it's basically now a paint for paint battle to just stay alive in the waning seconds of that matchup. And STL was like, nah, forget it. Basically, we'll take this one all the way home. And yeah, just not enough paint output. Key picks did come out there from STL to just make sure Fruittella didn't have a chance to fight back, and it really showed there. But that was kind of a big wake up call there for STL from the very start. That looked to be so out of control in a hurry, but then just locked in immediately when they got the cap of the zone.
Yeah, they had to go, wait, I'm the goat? And really remember what they were there for. Interestingly, I think like that's one of those moments where you're playing zones and you have the player advantage and you're like, I should be capping. Why am I not capping? And it's like because there's like a pencil and a Neo Splash and even bucket paints well on the other team, like they were just not able to get enough. The 52, despite being in the middle of the zone, just not able to contest it enough. It's really interesting to see all of these specials come out that like cap the zone or sorry, put a lot of paint on the zone, but you can just paint over them. And if you just hold ZR hard enough, you can hang on. But I did want to like this replay here from Fruittella at the start of the game. Yuki was doing so much work, it caught the members of STL super off guard. I think like, you know, their game plan definitely seemed to be more of like objective based, painting the zone, maintaining space. Fruittella wanted those picks. They wanted the members of the other team gone. We saw how aggressively they started spawn camping. We didn't see that at all from STL. They kind of just like were able to hold down the middle of the map. They caught members who were moving too far in, but they never overextended. They never like overstepped the line. They realized that they don't have to be super aggressive. They can let Fruittella make mistakes and punish them. So we'll look forward to that going in on this game to see if Fruittella is going to be a little bit more hesitant being super aggressive this game, or whether they're going to double down.
Under, by the way, is going to be dishing out the Twinkle's Splat Toys, by the way. You got a bubble option now readily available there. You got the Trip Strikes Booyah Bomb also available from STL on that side. Other side, Punching Drift King going to be sticking with what they know, along with Mustard and Yugi. So basically the entire team is just going to be sticking with what they know there from Fruittalla's end. So going to be intrigued to see how the opening is going to start off there. Dark immediately drops again. It's almost very similar to the start we saw from game 1. 2 members have dropped. Made that the third, but they also lost 2 of their own. So this is going to be the immediate push. The delayed wipe is already there. The wipeout now officially there. And Fruittella, just like the last time, immediately trying to start things off strong. They're going to be approaching the first checkpoint here soon. That's probably all they're going to get. Excuse me. Just clear that out and then retreat for their lives. First checkpoint cleared. Now time to reset everything back up.
Yeah, the answer appears to be doubling down. They do indeed just go super aggressive, perhaps even too aggressive after they're getting that first checkpoint. Instead of just like playing patiently, they tried to get even further, but were not successful. As a result, that tower is going to be stopped just at that checkpoint mark. But Fruittella is still doing a good job hanging on, ending up fight inside the bubble there, and ending up getting a pick on the stray jump coming in. Yuki again, so good, playing aggressively with this 52 gal, showering in that wall. Fruittella has lasted a lot longer here on their aggressive hold than they did in this first game. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to use that to just maintain presence in mid. I think that they want points on the board, but when they have that lead, they've got to be thinking about ticking that timer down first, because they want those points so badly, they're not valuing their lives for it.
Aggression, I'll just say slightly reckless aggression, but it's coming out of purpose there. They want to just get the advantages that they can, especially with the situations that they have. They know SEL is just a really strong team at this stage, so we gotta see how SEL responds. They got everything being set up right then and there. Strikes being used for zoning so far. This is giving Dark an opportunity to strike, but they lose 2 of their own. The S-Blast also dropping on top of it too. Wave has to escape. They're being chased out by Yuki. We go back and forth here, Fusion, and so far only 1 checkpoint cleared the entire game, and it's on the favor of Fruitella's end. So far, it's another defensive setup once again. SEL just about a few steps back in terms of their play, but the same story applies. Fruittella trying to see if they can take full advantage as much as they can with the situation that they have, and they can only get minimal points just because the couple members are going down as well, trying to get everything set up.
I mean, again, we saw 2 members of Fruittella trying to do that squid roll up the ramp and ending up immediately getting taken out. At some point, the aggression is just so anticipated. They're just going to go straight through that checkpoint or choke point, and STL has been there to stop it. So the damage has been extremely limited, and if this continues, I feel like it's only a matter of time before STL gets some footing and gets even more points, because only 48 on the board, just that single checkpoint, is so scary. That's not how you want to hang on to this game. This is an opportunity, though, for Fruittella to extend their lead and maintain like a stable hold here. They have specials. They're being more patient this time. They managed to survive a little bit longer. Strikes online. That's huge. Punchy managing to get onto that high ground with a crab tank that forces the blaster to dive onto it. And that is going to let them dive in and get taken out. So now Fruittella, after being a little bit more patient, is able to move that tower all the way to the checkpoint. But huge plays. The bucket is going to be able to get some picks on the side of STL. I believe that was a triple coming out. So huge stuff is going to stifle the momentum coming out. Fantar really saves STL's butt there.
Yeah, STL still giving some life, but also Yuki stalling out just a little bit long to give the team the chance to respawn is going to give Fruittella a chance to get their defenses set up once more, and it is just going to be the trade bucket for bucket going down, basically. Thunder still weighing the wings around the tower now. Fruittella, they're going 2 members down. Punchy has to drop just to see if they can get Thunder, and it is going to be Punchy staying alive, but it is going to get shut down by Fantar, and this is where things can get treacherous really quickly here, because that's 3 down already here from Fruittella. This is going to be STL right in this tower. They're contesting for the first checkpoint. Is there going to be any response from Fruittella? Looks like Fruittella is just going to stay backwards because the blue bomb also being thrown into the mix. 17 seconds left to go on the clock. They're still lurking large. Too much space has been cleared. That's 2 members down. The lead is going to change hands, and that's the wipeout. STL is going to take this one all the way home. Very likely here. It takes one really bad fight for things to go south here for Fruittella there. That's the overtime, but so far, Fruittella barely staying alive here, to say the least. But can they keep this momentum going? That's going to be the big thing here. The S-Blast is going to drop. The cooler is readily available. No strikes are online. No GG strikes online for those who are checking things here. So this is going to get a chance for Fruittella to get everything set up. But they're going to need the fights to go in their favor. But that's not going to be the case. Fantar shuts things down. The tower's been taken. Fusion, a couple rough fights on the losing end for Fruittella. STL goes the whole 18 yards. They win game 2 here and have with market tower control.
Yeah, and it kind of it hurts, but it somewhat felt like an inevitability. Fruittella was taking so many big swings and going 3 down or 4 down. Like, they went 3 down or 4 down like 4 or 5 different times. It felt like one of these times they're not going to be able to get back on their feet quickly, and it ended up being, as the timer was ticking down, it ended up being STL coming back and being victorious. Just really, they had a great thing going. They had a really good push. Those strikes, they baited in the blaster, which could easily have stopped the tower, but they were just not able to keep an eye out on that left side for Fantar on that bucket, who ended up getting 3. So that was really like the deciding play of this game, because I think like just as soon as their last attempt at a push was foiled, it felt like they were getting a little bit panicky and desperate to stop that tower or get those extra points on the board, whether they're on offense or defense. Now, that was tower control. Moves very slowly. Objective takes forever to get anywhere. You have time to at least like get your specials and rethink your plans. Zones Barnacle, lockout heavy map, very scary. Got to be careful to not just end in to not just like lose this game in the first 60 seconds. If you can maintain control, staying alive is really everything.
The best analogy I got for how that game 2 played is it's almost as if, in baseball terms for you, Fusion, it's almost as if Fruittella's just trying to take several swings there for home runs, to say the least. And when they probably should have settled for a few doubles, singles, or walks to say there, because yeah, they had a decent lead and it just taking way too many jabs at it, and STL just ran with that momentum all the way home. So they just got to get things cleared out here in this zones map here. Thunder back to the Neo Splash. No surprise with the changes that I'm seeing so far. Otherwise, same comp here from Fruittella. Also not a surprise. Drift King's gonna drop there by Dark, and Dark getting thrown with a lot of ink in their direction there. A trade 1-for-1 so far, and again, the cap of the zone there so far, excuse me. Nobody taking full control quite yet. In about the first 30 seconds of the matchup, the lead is going to be in Fruittella's hands, at least for now. But the question is, will they be able to run with it? The answer is going to be no. It's only just a 2-for-1. Make that a delayed 3. Yuki's able to get trades. Trades are happening across the board, but STL is going to come out on top of it with the zone. They're trying to move forward a little bit here, Fusion.
Yeah, they are. That is going to be STL just maintaining control, but I think crucially, those trades coming out from Yuki are going to allow Fruittella to get back in the game quickly. They prevented members of STL from getting all the way into the pit, from really starting that lockout that could have happened here. So now it is going to be Fruittella moving into that zone. The Booyah is going to come out. They're going to be able to survive. 2 members getting picked. Drift King finds those 2, but not quite enough. They're not able to get any more than that. Diving at that Booyah Bomb, kind of just forcing themselves to attack like an armored opponent for a bit, ends up putting themselves in the way of bullets for a little bit too long. So still, they get the cap, but that's it. It's going to be a 3v3 situation. Fruittella still on the back foot, still looking for a way in, still waiting for their chance to cap this zone and lock them out, and this might be it.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity right now. The 2 members down. It is going to help their cause. They can get everything set up and ready to go. You're going to be seeing trip checks potentially online here from Fruittella. So to speak, you just got to get a few more paints down. But on the other side here for STL, that is going to be the trip strikes. There's double trip strikes, excuse me, online so far. They did so far. So Fruittella is going to have to retreat just a bit, just having to respect it. 5 strikes being tossed into the mixture, but it is still Fruittella's control. The 1-for-1 trade is going to be there. Fantar still trying to find members right away. Grab Tank already focused onto Fantar. Fantar out of position, and that's going to be the lead change. Fruittella's going to get the lead off of that. Now the Booyah Bomb being thrown into the mixture. 2 members have dropped and make that 3. I believe that was Fantar on a triple there. The delayed wipe is set. And yes, that is a lead change, but STL could be running with this one so far, especially with the 2 members that have dropped from Fruittella's end there, Fusion.
God, yeah, now multiple members of STL are sitting up on that snipe. It's going to be so difficult, and oh my god,
man.
the snipe wave. Absolute sniper. That was a crab that could have forced the entirety of STL to back up into the zone, but instead they're going to have to rethink things, start from square one. Now they're going to have to run for the zone. Fruittella has one more chance. This crab's going to come out, not find any picks just yet. The strikes are going to come out. This may neutralize the zone, but it's not going to be enough. Members need to move in. Fruittella has one last shot to neutralize the zone here. They get one pick. It is going to neutralize. They need to cap it, and just barely. The picks are going to come out in time. Punchy finding one, looking for even more. Fruittella is going to hang on.
By a thread there, Fusion. You can literally just see just everything being so anxiety-inducing. It's like 1 point remaining. Just gotta paint. You just gotta paint. And Fruittella does exactly that, especially with the main advantage that they had. And they also took 2 members out while all this was happening. So this is a chance for Fruittella to keep running with the momentum that they have. But again, trip strikes online for both teams there. Thunder burns their trip strikes on the other side. The trip strikes also used for zoning, and that's a trade on both ends. And again, a trade's going to heavily favor Fruittella in this situation. Dark's going to drop 2-for-2 trade. Pencil and Slosher, the ones alive. That might just be enough paint, which it very much is. That's just enough paint to get the cap of the zone. 1 point remaining to 8 point remaining being the score. It's going to come down to the fights that matter in the last minute here, Fusion. That's gonna turn the tides. Fantar gets the win over Punchy. 50 seconds left to go. Fruittella has a chance.
Yeah, I mean, that last chance they had, the penalty was so low, they nearly tied up the game, but now they have such a large penalty. They're going to have to hang on for a lot longer. There's going to be potentially double strikes coming out on the zone. They don't want to win this they probably can't win it in overtime. The Booyah's going to come out onto the zone. It's not quite going to neutralize it. Punchy's still alive, but the paint is flipping all the way in STL's favor. Yes, it's a 3v3 situation, but the paint is going to flip. STL is going to grab that zone. Now, there's just so much paint coming out from STL. Time ticking down. They don't need to fight just yet. They can probably just stay alive and hang on to the zone. Fruittella needs to get the picks. They need to get the cap. They're not going to be able to do it in time. And STL wins a very close and back and forth 3-0.
The phrase I like to use is you look at this and it's a 3-0. This is a 3-0 that was so back and forth. It really came down to the windows of opportunities that both teams had there, Fusion. I think you and I could say the least. Just way too many home run swings, big jabs at against SEL that Fruittella was just trying to do in the first two maps, especially with leads, and it comes back to bite them when they lost all the momentum in the world. That one, Fruittella, all the credit in the world, by the way, hanging on for as long as they could, especially down to the 1 point remaining, just not enough left in the tank to keep this set alive. And I mean, did really start to show Fusion why STL or Satellite in this case, one of the more terrifying teams to watch in SuperJump, and Fruittella will have to look to Redemptions very likely to see if they can crawl things back. Right now, Fusion, I feel like there's a lot to digest. But I have a sneaky suspicion we're gonna be yanked out of here soon, because that's it for our block so far. So Fusion, we got to see the 3-0 to Fruittella. SCL to my knowledge auto qualifies for alphas tomorrow. Fusion, as always, we've done these afternoons together. It's always fun working with you. Where can the people find you?
You can find me 8-Bit Fusion on Blue Sky. You can find me petting my cats. You can find me at Sea Battle in Seattle, Washington. Where can they find you, Kyon? It's always a pleasure casting with you, especially first thing in the morning.
Of course, bringing up the energy as much as I can. You can find me, of course, Blue Sky and Twitch, Kyon2570. I mean, I'm just going to all the events throughout the year. I got SGDQ in a couple weeks here, and Riptide, of course, in August. If you guys want to try to chat with me then and there, so that's where you guys can find me. Again, shouts Inky. Inky will provide all the production coverage for you throughout the day. Two amazing commentators will be coming up here soon. Siren and Rissa will get you guys all the way home for day one coverage, and then of course stay tuned for day two to see which teams out of Alpha Bracket will qualify for Splat World Series, and eventually who is crowned the winner of SuperJump to get their passes to Riptide. We will see you guys after the break. You do not want to miss a thing here in SuperJump 5.
Hello everyone here at IPL Splatoon. We are back for the SuperJump stream. We just took a quick break there to switch commentators, and we are back here with myself, Rissa, joined by Siren. Siren, how's it going today?
It's going pretty good. I mean, it's the week leading up to Gommel, so I'm just hiding all that stress, but otherwise I'm excited to watch some SuperJump.
Me too. I know, this is like your little break. Instead of just like taking a break on the couch or something, your break is commentating.
So basically there's no break.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I think this is the first, I'm looking at the teams we have in our lobby here, and I think this is the first time I actually get to commentate Tempest.
Oh, I know, me too. I had recently seen this team, that they like formed as Monsoon now, and I haven't watched them officially, so I'm excited.
I said Tempest. Oh, you're right. No, it's exciting. Honestly, it's like the same kind of thing, right? Like storms and water and waves and what we gotta stop these team names, Splatoon players. But I know you'll never stop, so it's fine. I'll take it over Bloodworm though.
Don't remind me. Siren and I, we were talking about that name. That's funny. But yeah, for everyone tuning in here, as we can see, we're gonna be watching What's Quackin versus Monsoon, and I have a feeling I'm gonna just like instinctively say What's Crackin' instead of What's Quackin'. It just like rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tongue twister for sure for most of this. But it is what it is. Hopefully that circumstance doesn't come up. It looks like we're going to be starting on Splat Zones on Robo Ramen, which is not a bad place to start off, but I think this one, it's definitely like a window into the soul for Splatoon. I think a lot of teams reveal like their entire hand of cards, like on this particular map mode, because it requires like a certain something to work on, just because of those choke points. So if these teams aren't too familiar with each other, they sure will get well acquainted here.
I totally agree. I was playing this in a Sendo queue set the other day, and it was like, I feel like you really have to like lock in to figuring out what your teammates are doing around you on this map in particular, because all the flank options that can happen, if you are not careful, if you're either trying to push up too far onto the other team's side, there's like so many things that can go wrong if you aren't locked into what your teammates are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll be taking a look here at the comps as we get rolling into this first map mode here. I kind of have an idea of what we're going to see out of Monsoon, but What's Quackin' is the one that I have the big question mark over, and that is quite the unique comp right off the bat. A lot of our paint output coming in from that charger, the Zeko, I believe, with the strikes coming out, Octobrush, and their cooler user going to be that new 96 gal. Well, honestly, a very good start from them right off the bat.
Yeah, really. As we were kind of going over what the comps were, they're just immediately taking the zone. They're getting their score down to 72 here. But they did have 2 members go down now, so it looks like this is going to swap, but that was a really strong start from them.
Yeah, a really strong start, and it almost looked like Monsoon was kind of holding back a bit, just waiting to get their special so they could release all this fury they have. Nico running all the way into their spawn, getting italics literally right off the bat. That's going to be a lot of impact here. They should be able to use this to kind of start a lockout position, already regaining that lead for themselves here. But looks like What's Quackin' has kind of stabilized, getting back in here.
Yeah, they have. They're going to use this crack in here to try and push in and lead through to get the zone, follow up behind that. And it looks like paired with those tri-strikes, that was about to work out for them. But with this painting power coming out from Shiny here, that was really smart from Shiny, just backing up, painting over all those specials. And that didn't let Quackin get the zone at all.
Yeah, I know. Monsoon kind of running in here. Storm getting a pick. We see Nico just keeping space at a good distance, just raining shots where they can. Is going to drop on that bottom right, sees that we're in knockout territory, has that Zipcaster coming out as well, and that's just going to seal the deal. What an aggressive position they all got themselves in there.
Yeah, really. I liked too at the beginning, they kind of just let the other team take the zone. They really didn't they just sat back and they're like, okay, we got this. Don't worry. We know exactly what we need to do, how we need to get the zone back. And then We saw there too, once they did get the zone, they just like absolutely dominated it, holding that. They had someone watching every single angle and not letting anyone come in through those flanks or through that front.
Yeah, absolutely. I really liked what we saw there. Just very patient plays from the side of Monsoon, not really showing up until they knew they could win that first fight. And so while it looked at the beginning like what's Quackin was going to be able to kind of do the same thing that Monsoon was doing the entire game, maybe exerting too much resources at the start there, and it kind of made them lose their footing. And that I think that just ultimately impacted them for the remainder of that game.
Mm-hmm. Totally. And then too, when they did get that, they had that Kraken come out, and then those tri-strikes, they tried to push in through those to the zone, but it almost seemed like they didn't really necessarily clear out what was in front of them before they just tried to rush past everyone in their spawn to the zone. So that kind of all collapsed on them eventually there. So there was like the potential. I saw what they were doing, but they just couldn't quite get to the zone to cap it.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a struggle when you're dealing with such a high paint output from someone like Shiny, who's going to be able to hold a very defensive position and not get challenged very easily. They can just stand back, paint that zone, move up when they feel comfortable doing so, which is what you saw there, and was able to take out players like B, who were their highest paint output on the side of what's Quackin on that Neo Splash, I believe. So once you get that person out of the way, you basically have confirmed the fact that you're not going to get that zone taken away from you once again. And that just allowed all those super aggressive players on the side of Monsoon to just run up. You had Nico there, you had Miner running in, Storm just staying on their spawn. Like, just there was nothing they could really do to stop that wave once it started coming in. So be curious to see if that kind of situation happens once again. Obviously, those early game aggressive pushes are a bit better on Rainmaker. They have a longer lasting impact. So let's get this one started.
All right, and taking a look at these comps, we are seeing, okay, one major switch-ups I see on the side of what's Quackin is Italics. They're switching over to the pencil this time instead of having that charger. And then that Slosher, I think, is new on their team too, if I believe.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I call it the reslider in my brain. That's like, because that's just what the weapon does. The Dread Ringer, yeah. It's, but looks like the opening push actually getting taken by Monsoon. Shiny getting taken out very much at the last second there on that pedestal. And
oh my gosh,
before we can even finish like 3 sentences in that game, it's over.
I feel like that just absolutely highlighted. I feel like Splatoon 3 plays so much faster than Splatoon 2. And like in Splatoon 2, as a commentator, we could start a match and start talking about the weapons, maybe talk about how they can change their game plans, you know, yada yada. But Splatoon 3 plays so fast that guess what? We try to do that and the game's already over.
I just remember at the very end of Splatoon 2, it was like we played like 3 Rainmaker maps and one of them was Black Belly. And you were just like, okay, you have a vanilla Jet Squelcher and they're just going to stand back and spawn and paint and then get the Stingray. And then that prevented situations like this happening, but it was the most boring thing ever.
Yeah, totally. Totally, and then that allowed us to be able to talk, oh, okay, they're gonna get their Stingray, they're pushing here, okay. We could actually like talk about things more in depth, but this game plays so much faster, you don't have to sit back and paint for a Stingray constantly. It's just like, oh, guess what? They dunked the Rainmaker, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you guys were, like, off doing literally anything, if you blinked, if you were sneezing by chance during that game, to recap, what we just saw was Monsoon running in, getting one pick after the other, just picking up the Rainmaker, and I hate to say it, but basically putzing it forward and just getting the game that way.
Literally. I couldn't even really think about, like, that opening as I'm sitting here trying to think about it because I literally like blinked and it was done.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They were just faster. They were just faster and they just got the kills they needed. That's all it comes down to. And just what's Quack and not being able to really stop that means like, all right, game's over. It happens so fast. It is a big map too. Like I can't stress this enough. This is like a pretty big map. There's definitely Rainmaker maps where that could have been even shorter. We could have been on like Hagglefish and we wouldn't have been able to say anything.
Totally. Yeah, I feel like that one in particular, once you get past that first checkpoint, like it definitely typically is kind of staggers there for a while, back and forth. It goes to the other side. But that was just insane. I felt like Monsoon just knew what positions they needed to take. They must be like practicing that map and mode, and all of these maps and modes here so much, so they know exactly where they need to do and what they need to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're here on Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones once again. I'm kind of surprised to see Italics kind of taking the reverse approach and not using the pencil on zones, but pulling it out on something like Rainmaker. But we're back to this comp, very similar. I think B switching to the Crab Tank Splash, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were on Neo before, but I appreciate the change. A very typical comp coming out of Monsoon. I believe this is pretty much all of their main weapons. No flexes here. Very standard.
Yeah, they're sticking with the weapons that they know. They know how to play around them. They know exactly what they want to do with those. And initially here, looking at the zone, it is taken by Monsoon. They're pushing forward. This is that sticky part where what's Quackin is really going to have to figure out how they need to get into the zone, because like we've seen previously, Monsoon can just easily lock them out.
Yeah, and I mean, once again, we're seeing that kind of situation happen here. I think this map is a little less prevalent for those situations to happen. We're seeing that crack and get in the zone a lot quicker, just able to slide right in there, clear off this right snipe, is going to challenge Miner, get into the zone, is not able to quite clear it though, able to dodge almost everything, but we once again have B in a good position to paint, but that's once again 2 members down on the side of what's Quackin, and looks like from how things are going so far, Monsoon is looking to get a clean 3-0 sweep of the set.
Yeah, they are. There, you can see this too. They're all pushed up forward past the zone. They are in positions. They do have 2 members go down, but the other side does have 2 members go down too. You saw Oculus there trying to just, they recognize, okay, I'm one of the last ones up. Let me just try and run forward. Wasn't quite able to make anything happen, and they were being watched by the members of Monsoon that were still alive. So Monsoon here taking the set 3-0 over what's Quackin.
Yeah, I loved watching those last few seconds of the game there. For a second, I thought Miner had put down their controller, but actually, it seemed like they were just standing there and watching the 96 gal, and just like they were on 2 different sides of a block, and the both people knew the other person was there, and like Miner was just there like flicking a slosh, like just like you can't pass me, you can't pass me. It was so gatekeepery and like tough, but like. It's a 2v2. They have to fight you there, and Miner just was like playing the confidence game.
That would have been really funny to see from Miner's point of view.
Yeah, I kind of want to see that. If you're watching this back, Miner, I hope you clipped that. Ooh, we get to look at the bracket. Okay.
Okay, looking at the bracket. So we got an update there. Wait.
Oh.
Wait.
That was semifinals, right? Because that was Monsoon versus what's Quackin. So that means I think we're going to be looking at what's Quackin. Sorry, Monsoon versus Artifice.
Yes,
if
I
this
believe.
updates, yeah, and then after that would be Hypernova.
Yeah. And so that means. Oh, I was like, okay, sorry, we're talking to the voice above. I was like, are we following this pool specifically, or maybe we're gonna switch around to different pools? We'll have to see as the TOs are watching the bracket, we can see what we're going to be watching here next on stream.
That's very exciting. I want to open this on I believe this is on Sendo, eh, Rissa? Whoa, it's Start GG.
Yeah. I always cheat and just go to the stream chat and just type in ! bracket because I never know. So I'm just like, let me just do. That's my cheat code.
And then it'll get other people to look at the bracket too. They'll be like, oh, Rissa wants to see this.
Exactly. It must be important, right? Yeah, I don't know.
My Start GG doesn't want me to look at any SuperJump that isn't the one from 2023. Brackets.
Don't mind Siren and I. We're just here on our second screen looking at the bracket.
I've had enough tabs open of Start GG today. I'm already so done. Did you know? If you want any advanced progressions, you have to ask the website to do them for you. If you want like 2 people from like the top of a pool to progress somewhere different from like where the bottom 2 people are going, you have to ask somebody on the website. That's crazy. Yeah.
And then do you have to like wait a little while for them to like respond to that, or are they usually like on it?
I think it depends, but I just got that set up for Gommel, and they did it pretty fast. They did it within 12 hours, which is nice, but yes.
Could be worse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be worse. Like, you know, you get into like a flow of doing things and you just want to get everything done right away. That was kind of where I was at when I got to that point, and then I was like, well, now I can't really do anything until that's set up because I don't know where my people are going.
Yeah.
Actually, I kind of do, but I kind of, you know, whatever. It is what it is. We got all the pools sorted for the event, and now we can focus on lovely things such as a SuperJump. But
exactly.
Like, there's so many pools.
There really are. What? How many pools are there? Hold on. 8 pools? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's so many teams. Shout out to the Splatoon community for showing up. That's amazing.
I want to see Fruittella. I don't know what that team is.
Fruittella. That's kind of fun to say.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say it's been a while since I feel like there's been a tournament like that this many teams have showed up for in a while. I feel like the Splatoon community was kind of comp-wise a little bit stagnant there for a bit. But with the update and now SuperJump's here, we got some momentum going. We got teams showing up again, or at least like pickups showing up.
I think you can convince most people if you throw money in their faces. So I think this is like SuperJump. Good on you. You got everyone showing up again.
Totally.
Oh, and Riptide passes are on the line, I believe, too. So.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's definitely worth it, I think.
So I guess a little bit more incentive for those NA teams to do well, because I think a lot of these European teams are probably not going to be too interested in the Riptide passes. But we'll see what they do with it if that's what happens at the end of the day.
That's so cool. That is so cool. Okay.
I love when Aaron gives out freebies.
Shout out Aaron. For real. Everyone watching here, we are kind of just waiting to see on some teams playing right now to wait and see who we're going to be tuning into next here on the stream. So take a seat, grab some popcorn, maybe a second cup of coffee, and we're just kind of waiting here to see how some of these matches play out that are happening right now to see who we get to play next on the stream.
Oh yes, we can watch Rainmaker again. Everyone who missed it before.
Okay, yes. So Inky is in our ears right now saying, "Hey, you guys want to see that 30-second Rainmaker match again?" And we're like, yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely missed it.
I almost missed it again. Oh. Okay, so I want to see who actually dunks it this time.
I think it was Storm, I believe.
Yeah, I think the strikes were just acting kind of like a flashbang there.
They really were. Like, the perfect timing for the specials. No one hesitated. Everyone was just like, go, go, go. They, like, no hesitations.
Damn.
It's like, let's play it again. No, just kidding.
Play it again. Keep playing it until we actually, like, get a game so that it just looks like there's something going on.
We just, like, hyper analyze this entire 30-second match. Oh, slow-mo. Okay, we got the slow-mo replay. Look at their Storm grabbing the Rainmaker. It was Storm grabs the Rainmaker.
How exciting. This made my day.
Beautiful.
Wait for
Beautiful.
Monsoon versus A8 or grab another set. Sonnet versus Blitz. Come on, Toasty. Oh, we're going back to Monsoon. Didn't we just see Monsoon? I thought they were playing in Redemption. These progressions. I'll figure them out one day. Redemption.
It kind of looks like on the stream, me and Siren are looking at like the same, like second screen. Both of our seconds, both of our second screens are on this side.
Monsoon versus Magnolia. Yeah, Toasty, you did think it was a different team. Oh, it looks like what's Quackin is also going to be going into Redemption as well. There's just one Redemption bracket, so everyone, well, not everyone gets a second chance, but these teams do get a second chance.
Okay.
Oh, maybe we're not going into that one. It looks like we're indecisive. I don't know, guys. Like, maybe we can just yap for a minute. I had a funny idea today. For Splatoon lands that I don't think I could implement in Gommel because it's way too soon. However, I want to get your idea on this. What if we did Splatoon clip bingo for lands, okay? And we give them the criteria beforehand, and then we encourage people to take clips during the tournament that meet a requirement. Like, let's just say, got a quad, clip that, and then you have that as like a bingo. And different things like that, like stuff happening in the game, and then whoever can fill out like the bingo sheet, or whoever does fill out their bingo, gets like a little extra goodie, like a little goodie bag or something.
Ooh, I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, I think it would be fun. It would be like a little extra thing to do for events. What do you think? Okay, Pepe likes it. Pepe likes everything though, so like I need someone more honest. I'm just kidding.
So I
think it's good.
It's something that you would do throughout the entire tournament, right? And then at the end you can present that and I like
redeem
that.
it with the TOs, yeah. And then you get your little bingo card filled out. I think it's a good idea, personally. Like, got a quad, or I don't know what other like things you could put on there. You could have like the free circle be like, got a trade, or what other things?
Got killed by Zuka.
Yes, taken out by Zuka, or what's another funny thing that can happen in game that's like
that one in chat. Bingo! I got a quad on FT win.
that would be very difficult, I think. I want to make this winnable.
Let's
Fell in the
see.
water would be one.
Imagine that's like the last spot you need, and you literally just fall in the water on purpose to clip that. You're like, sorry guys, I gotta fall in the water in the game.
Oh yeah, Rainmaker at 1. That's a good one. Or there's all kinds of ideas. We would just have to make enough to fill out a grid. Accidentally killing your teammate with a splash wall or a or a bubble, something like that.
Yeah. I like this. There's so much potential.
There really is. Or like, I think I'm gonna try and convince Riptide to implement it, even if I'm the one who has to run it. It's pretty easy though.
It'd be fun though, because like everyone, I feel like that would help like motivate everyone, and we'd all be like, oh my god, I got this, I got that. It'd be like just this fun extra little thing to be motivated about. Especially
for something like Riptide, where they have like a lot of things that go on stream, so you could have like one that's like saw a creature on stream, which is like just like like any people bring up their stuffed animals onto the camera, or like I think so that would be cool. Audio issues is too free for a space. DC'd on LAN. Clip.
That would be awful, but funny.
Yeah. DC'd on LAN. I like that. Low tier weapon I think is too subjective.
Yeah, I agree.
Woof.
You could
But
do
it looks
like oh, go ahead.
we have our match basically ready.
We do. We are going to be seeing who is this? Monsoon versus who was this again? Magnolia? Yes. Monsoon versus Magnolia here next on the stream for those tuning in, and they are in the lobby. We're getting them set up here, and they are about to start soon.
Okay, cool. I mean, it sounded like you had an idea for the bingo at the very end there, and I cut you off by accident because Discord latency is a thing. Do you remember what you're gonna say?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say you could like actually this might be too specific. I was gonna say got caught in a Quackin 1v1, but like not everyone plays Quackin weapons, so
Yeah.
never mind.
I think I'll probably include things like witnessing a situation also works
yeah,
like
yeah.
in game if your teammates get caught in a Quackin 1v1 as long as it's visible in the clip. Something like that. That would be cool.
That would be cool. Okay, so after a bunch of waiting there, and we did some yapping, we are finally headed into a match here. Magnolia versus Monsoon. Monsoon, if you were here, we were just watching them on stream, so we are a bit familiar with what weapons they've been playing. Now we get to go ahead and take a look at what Magnolia is going to be playing on the stream.
That's very exciting. I did not expect to see bronze on the Magnolia roster, but it's always welcome in my eyes.
I agree. I feel like it's always a pleasant surprise when all of a sudden you see bronze in the lobby and you're like, wait, they're still here.
They're still here. I didn't see them once at MomoCon. I think I said that, but like they were there and I did not see bronze a singular time, which made me very sad. But at least we're making up for it now. I get to witness the one and only on that Magnolia roster, and I love this start from them. But you know, given the last set we saw, I kind of get a little bit worried. Like I had this looming feeling of death in my brain.
I know, right? With the way that Monsoon's been playing on that last set in particular, they have a lot of synergy going on. They know what positions they need to take. However, taking a look at how this is starting and continuing, Magnolia here looks like they are up for the challenge of taking on Monsoon. They're able to keep the zone. They're continuing to count down the lead. And then not only that, but they're chaining their specials here really nicely to try and put a stop to Monsoon coming into the zone.
I think that was Nico getting that double on
Yes.
that Prev tank there through that zip cast. What an amazing set of picks to wedge your team into the map and finally get that cap onto the zone here. Very strong positioning. It took them quite some time to get there, but now that they're here, I have a lot of Well, I did have a lot of confidence for 1 second there.
Yeah, that pick was the double pick was really, really crucial for them to get back into the zone. But I mean, Magnolia, hello? They're on their game today.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of splat bombs have been clutching things out in this game so far, it seems. Able to take out Shiny, then shortly after that, able to take out one of the members of Magnolia there. And finally, once again, we are starting to see the members of Monsoon getting back into the center of the map. Storm is kind of scrambling around at this snipe point, isn't really able to peek his head out for very long, just given the insane output of pressure that we're seeing coming out from Magnolia here. Bronze getting into a great position. They have that slosher there who's going to take this bottom right and just rain down even more pressure. The strikes are coming out for the members of Monsoon, but will that be able to give any sort of lasting pressure? Not really, no.
Yeah, they really kind of just had to just use their specials there and just try and just get the zone, and that was all they could really do with those strikes. Finally, though, they were able to get the zone, and then Magnolia took it back, and now, here again, Monsoon is finally in control of the zone. They are going to have no penalty points here shortly. And now finally it looks like they're going to be able to set up. They have those, the cooler. They're using this crab here too to try and push back Magnolia as much as they can. And it looks like finally this is actually playing out really nicely for them. They're able to take down 2 members of Magnolia. And now Magnolia once again is just kind of having to reset and try and figure out how to get back in the zone with very little time left.
Yeah, and Nico getting taken out on this top left position here. However, did have that cooler, can come back in. They have retaken that lead, but it seems like Magnolia is sitting on a very little amount of penalty, and Bronze coming in for that pinch is going to seal that. That's going to be basically an entire team wipe as that crab tank starts getting pushed out. You always want to have those specials ready for once you actually clear out your opponents a little bit to continue applying pressure and having some sort of response for them coming back in, especially when you're dealing with these cooler teams. Storm has that crab tank at the ready, is able to take out Bronze, but not without that lead being taken from them once again. They have to be very careful and watch all angles as they try to get back into mid. Nico dealing with this bubble, but has to back out. They have 5 seconds to cap. Are they going to be able to do it?
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They have their 2 painters there, Storm and Shiny, just trying to paint as much as they possibly can. The zone here staggered just a little bit more, but the paint coming out from Magnolia was just that much better there. They had the member advantage there at the end, and they also had that paint advantage, having those extra members on the board. Man, Monsoon, they had literally their 2 painting weapons, Shiny on the pen and then Storm on that splash. Those are the 2 main painting weapons of their team. They were trying to do everything they could to paint the zone and at least cap it, but they weren't able to do that.
I am shook that Magnolia was able to kind of pull that on them, just like paint output and stabilize well enough to deal with the insane aggressive output that Monsoon has had previously. So looking to see if that will be able to maintain itself for the remainder of the set as well, because like again, like what we saw in the last set from them was like unmatched in my eyes, and hopefully this tower control game goes on for longer than like 30 seconds, because it is Hagglefish at the end of the day. It can be a little bit of a doozy, but it seems like Magnolia is ready to take on the challenge.
Yeah, they really are. I'm very curious too, seeing how like back and forth and almost kind of more so dominant for Magnolia that match was. I'm wondering if these 2 teams have previously scrimmed each other. Looking like I have a feeling they have probably, but so they must know, okay, we already know what Monsoon is bringing to the board and what we need to do.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. Or alternatively, it's possible they finished their last sets pretty soon and they had just kind of turned on the IPL stream and was watching and taking notes during the last set there. That's also a very realistic possibility because, you know, like we said before the previous set started, like that Robo Ramen splat zones reveals your entire strategy more or less, and I think if they caught kind of a whiff of that, they had an idea of what to anticipate going into this one.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. They knew exactly how Monsoon was utilizing playing around their pencil player and utilizing their specials in particular to play aggressive around that, so it definitely looks like they figured it out here. And as we head into game 2, this is going to be tower control this time. Taking a look at these comps, I really don't see any switch-ups here as I'm taking a look. It looks like everyone's really sticking with the same thing.
Yeah, the only notable change I think I see is just Nico switching to the different kit for the sword. I always forget the real name for it. My bad.
Me too.
But that's
Me too.
Yeah. It's a better version of it for tower control. It does have that booyah bomb, so you can just kind of clear off the tower whenever you need to, and it has a very, very strong paint output as well. So it should allow players like Shiny to take a break from painting the map a bit and maybe play this a little bit more aggressively. Just go purely for picks and not so much for that paint and that cooler output. Just have some time to relax and do that fun stuff.
Yeah, having that paint is really going to help enable those aggressive players to be able to move around more freely. Now, as Monsoon was able to get past that first checkpoint, they did have 3 members go down. Storm was the last member left alive. They tried to back up to maybe get some jumps for their teammate, maybe hold some space, but they were called out. But now, I mean, even though essentially Monsoon is having to regroup and kind of start from the beginning here, it looks like they're right back in the action, right back in mid and poking at the tower like nothing happened.
Yeah, I like the way that Miner has been playing, just slowing down a little bit, allowing their teammates to get in before they start taking on these fights. They have that lead, so they can play this a little bit slower than Magnolia is forced to right now. Seems like they're actually able to get a couple picks onto the board. Brave hopping onto that tower with that crab tank is pointing that laser right at Shiny, who is able to kind of dance around it and stay alive for a lot longer than I would have expected on this very vulnerable tarp, but able to stay alive nonetheless. Looks like that lead is getting questioned right now. It's just going to be Shiny and that splatter shot left to defend the tower, and with Shiny going out, that is going to be a very clean way to get that lead and might even burn through this checkpoint too.
Yeah, you can see Bronze there is just trying to do everything they can to juggle the tower. That was a really, really smart move. Just, okay, even though there's a Zuka at me, I'm just going to hide behind this tower, middle pole, and just try and stay alive. And that was a good move because they were able to get through that checkpoint. They back up. They use their cooler to hopefully get some cooler out for their teammates. And now Monsoon here, they're coming in really aggressively. They immediately rush through mid, and it looks like that really aggressive playstyle is kind of getting countered nicely by Magnolia. Magnolia is just kind of sitting back and poking at them, and they were able to take down 2 members of Monsoon.
Yeah, I like how Dripsy has been playing around these ledges and walls, is able to challenge a lot of these players of Monsoon without getting targeted the exact same way that they have been. So looking like we're sitting on a couple specials here. Don't really need to pop them just yet, but that's going to allow us to wedge our way in. But wait, 2 members on the side of Magnolia going down in the blink of an eye there. That is going to allow these members of Monsoon to get back into mid. Shiny does spot somebody on that bottom right flank. There is going to have to disregard that for the time being. Pop that cooler, worry about that bubble in front of them, and just focus on the future, trying to get in the tower path and make sure that's clear for like as long as they need it to be. There's not really that much of a difference between both of these teams' leads right now, and they have to laser down and focus on that for the next couple minutes here.
Yeah, it's really kind of like a poking back and forth game. Each one team and the other. Oh, okay, 3 members down of Magnolia. Brave here flanks around the tower, tries to get this pick onto Shiny, but Shiny luckily able to turn around really quick and get that pick. But yeah, a lot of just poking back and forth of each team here, trying to get the upper hand initially. And as this is happening, it looks like finally Monsoon here, this might be the moment for them to try and get the lead. They are very, very close to getting the lead swap.
Yeah, we see Storm trying to defend on this top right, though TM4 star able to make their way... I'm so sorry. Able to make their way through the shots from Storm and run towards that tower. Though Nico taking out 2, tries to make it 3, but ultimately going to be a trade coming out from Brave here. We have a 3-point margin for both of these teams there. Shiny able to narrowly avoid those splat bombs that have been giving them so much trouble in this game so far. Storm has to ride that tower for a little bit themselves. 30 seconds to go. They're just trying to float this tower here until they have enough pressure to break that barrier.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold this area as much as they possibly can. As we've seen multiple jump-ins come out from Monsoon. They're really trying to do everything they can to hold the zone. Strikes zone the tower. Strikes come out. That is going to put another stop to the momentum coming out from Monsoon. Nico here uses this Booyah Bomb. That Booyah Bomb actually was good because that helped enable a safe jump for their teammate. Now, are they going to be able to clear that space in front of the tower in order to push it to get the lead as we are about to head into overtime?
Oh my gosh. 2 people down. Storm hanging out by that tower, watching this top right. Can't quite clear that slosher. It's just going to be the junior left onto the side of Magnolia. 2 members on top. 29-28. That's going to be it. What a nerve wracker.
Oh my gosh, yes. It seemed like constantly Magnolia was just right there at the end. They just kind of kept sitting back, throwing bombs, and not really engaging the tower too much, and that kind of enabled space for Monsoon to be able to keep jumping back and pushing the tower because Magnolia was kind of playing it safe there. And then finally Monsoon was able to just keep getting jump-ins, and there at the end finally got it there, literally in overtime.
That is crazy. I almost lost. You could hear me gasping, I think, every 5 seconds because like 2 people on one side would go down, 2 people on the other side would go down, and there's just jump-ins and jump-ins and jump-ins, and the special's getting thrown at the tower, and Booyah Bomb comes out from Nico. Booyah Bomb comes out from the side of Magnolia, tossed at the tower. Like, I just could not focus on one specific part of the end of that game there.
I know. That almost was like another one of those things I was talking about where Splatoon 3 plays so much faster than Splatoon 2. So like when you're trying to digest what just happened as a commentator, all of a sudden something else is happening and then something else. And then it's just like, you're like, oh my gosh, I I have to try and analyze all this so fast because it was just constant back and forth there happening.
And once again, we're back in the building. It's Barnacle Zones. Once again, I'm sure this is some sort of, like, not maybe an oopsie, but, like, perhaps a little bit. Just having that one in particular roll. And how many Splat Zones maps are in this tournament? Surely more than 3. I feel like I've seen only 3.
Just the same 3. Mahi, Barnacle
Robo.
Robo. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
I remember I was doing my makeup and I had Fusion and Kyonon in the background, and I'm like, I just hear the word Barnacle Zones. Barnacle Zones, that one's difficult. Like, I'm like, huh. Guess we'll be seeing some Barnacle Zones in this tournament. Sure enough, we did.
We surely have. That's for sure. Actually, I'm curious because we've seen Monsoon already play Barnacle Zones, and now that they're going to be up against Magnolia here, Magnolia obviously putting in work against Monsoon, acting as a real challenger for them. So I'm very curious how this is going to go differently now that it's Magnolia versus that last set we were watching.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to take this challenge on, because this was another one that we saw just an absolute barrage coming out from Monsoon of pressure and being able to hold these spots very well. I see the switch from bronze onto the pencil. I respect it. The cooler is going to be coming out right away. They have a lot of paint output on this side. I don't think they even really need to take fights. I think they can just kind of sit in mid and paint over everything, and there's not really much that Monsoon's going to be able to do unless they just outkill flat out.
Yeah, you're totally right. They can just sit back, throw the bomb that they have, just keep paint on the board, and that's going to make it difficult for Monsoon to make something happen, which I kind of feel like we saw little bits and pieces of that previously from Magnolia. But like you said, especially with this comp that they're running here, so much paint from that Junior, that Splash, and that Pencil. Now, initially here, as we're headed through the first minute of this match, it's finally going to be Monsoon taking the zone, taking down members of the other team. And oh my gosh, Shiny here, just pushing forward with this pencil, enabling their teammates, staying back. This is exactly how you want to play the pencil, support your teammates, keep painting at their feet, and do just that.
Yeah, I really liked how aggressive Shiny took that spot there, and you kind of have to be able to assess that when you're in this situation here, because like I said, like they have such good paint output on the side of Magnolia right now that they don't really need to engage that hard, so like Monsoon is going to have to make up for that in just pure engagement. And you could see before, even when they had man advantage, it was very difficult for them to even cap the zone. Like we're seeing it in situations like here, like there's quite a bit of delay before they're able to cap, even when they take like 1 or 2 people down. Storm taken out by pure teamwork there. That's going to force Nico and Miner to take this fight themselves, but Brave just getting flicked in the forehead by one little shot, taking them out. And that kind of leaves them in a bit of a rough position here, because with these paint comps, the harder thing for them to do is get back in, because they do just have to win a single fight to do it.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. And you're a more paint-heavy team versus a team that plays more aggressively. You can have the upper hand if you're the painting team, but when that aggressive team is in a position where they get the upper hand, it does make it difficult to get back in the zone. Finally, though, with some strikes paired out with some paint coming out from Magnolia, they're able to come in and at least cap the zone. Bronze here pushes up with this pencil too and is going to act as a squid beacon themselves as they get some jump-ins from their teammates, and now they're just really kind of waiting to get some specials. Here's that position again where these teams are kind of equally matched, kind of poking at each other, trying to wait who can get their specials first to make an aggressive push past the zone.
Yep, Brave going to be popping that crab, kind of working as a meat shield there on the zone, is able to avoid these ink strikes a little bit, and they hold that zone. Once again, Bubbles coming out, the cooler's coming out right beside, that makes that very convenient to pick that up there. Bronze, you saw trying to get to a good spot, but Shiny spotting them out at a good time. 2 members down on the side of Magnolia once again, but still holding on to that zone. Finally a clear out here, but Brave trying to get in from the opposite direction is spotted by basically a sprinkler, and that leaves Miner in a spot to run up, try and get these picks, is going to do-si-do around this pole, and finally we're back in a great spot to just hold the base down.
They really are in a great position. And I love too how they keep having Shiny positioned on that top left area and just poking at anyone who's trying to come in from that upper left area of the map. Now, finally, Monsoon is being pushed back as Magnolia does have their specials at the ready. They use that crab, they use those strikes, and they do use the cooler as well. So are they going to be able to finally push in and get the zone? They are able to, taking down Miner along with that. Now they're going to, you know, kind of poke at Monsoon, try and play aggressively. But, I mean, with the way that Monsoon plays aggressively, you really have to just play that carefully, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like, just look at these spots that they're taking now. I don't know how I feel about them kind of standing on top of a zone when you're playing against a team like this, where they're going to dive for that spot exactly. But, you know, it held them long enough. Well, I guess not really, because they don't have the lead now, but Nico is going to be running in, has that cooler from Shiny there. It seems like they know that Junior is still hiding, but that doesn't stop the fact that they can still take both of the remaining members out. And this could very realistically go into an overtime where we see Magnolia just win the game off of pure paint output alone, just because they're not going to be able to recap in time. It's just going to be a matter of, okay, can we get a pick in the next 5 seconds here, and is that going to be enough to counter the zone's paint?
Yeah, you can see right now specials coming out from both sides. Bronze here just trying to do everything they possibly can to keep painting the zone. There comes the strikes as well coming out from Magnolia, and they are able to keep the zone painted. Monsoon not quite able to come into the zone and paint the zone for themselves. So a really, really nice lead swap there from Magnolia at the end.
I am a little shooked. Like, I know that's kind of what I was expecting to happen, but at the same time, like, all they really needed in that position was just one pick, and they got it. Like, they can just hold the zone and try and stay alive. And you saw those zone painting specials coming out, but it just doesn't matter when you're dealing with a Splash-O-Matic, when you're dealing with a Junior, when you're dealing with a Pencil. They can just use their main weapon. They don't need any fancy thing to charge up and build to, you know, counter that. They can just do it. That's what I love about Junior.
Junior, shout out Junior. You could just sit back, throw bombs, paint the zone, bubble if you need to. Yeah, and that especially there. If you're a Junior there right at the end, if you just sit back and keep painting the zone and then just keep throwing bombs at the angles where you know the other team is going to come in, I mean,
it's enough
that
time
works
to
out
buy,
so well. Yeah, totally.
So, okay, this could be match point here. We have Clamblitz on Macomar, which or is it? On the graphic it says Scorch Gorge. Did we pick the wrong one? Scorch is correct. Okay, so we're gonna have to go into this and we're gonna have to restart. So yeah, I guess we have a little bit of extra time to talk because I don't think the members of Monsoon have realized that we have the wrong map yet, but
Or they're sitting here like, wait, this isn't the right map.
Yeah, I my spidey senses were tingling right away there, so I kind of noticed it. I was excited there. I thought we were gonna get to see Macomar, because I do like it on clams. I do quite like it.
I do too, and I feel like we don't get to see it a lot in Splatoon 3 in particular. I haven't really seen it played a lot in comp. But I like it.
Me too. You know, handshake to that. Maybe it's a Junior thing, but I like it a lot.
Probably.
So this is a lie that we're seeing right now. So they're gonna restart this pretty soon.
So pretend we are not watching this. I mean, you are, but pretend we're not.
Whoa, crazy! Oh my gosh, team wipeout. All right. Well, okay. Now we can scroll and wait for Scorch Gorge, and hopefully, maybe the members of Monsoon were picking their weapons based on that instead, perhaps, and then we can just all press A and get this started real quick.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see.
No.
Nope.
No.
We're watching. We can see the teams on our screens here, and we were like, "Are they gonna press A?" Nope. Only 2 people.
Basically, no one is. No one is ready, except for the people who play one weapon.
The Junior and the Pencil.
Yeah. So, I mean, water is wet, I suppose. No surprises here from, I think, anyone.
Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of Junior, look at this 3D printer Junior that I have.
Wait.
Do you have yours? Yes! Let's go! Thank you. Shout out to Fusion for, I think it was Fusion, right? Yeah.
I think
Fusion
it
gave me
was
this.
Fusion who made us this. Yeah. Fusion also. Hold on. I think I have one more Fusion goodie. I have the Rapid Blaster. It's way smaller though. Like look at it compared
Oh
to this
yeah,
thing here.
huh? Yeah. Oh, that's cute too.
I like it. Pew pew.
That's so cool. Shout out Fusion.
Yeah, shout out Fusion from the earlier comm blocks today with the very cute cats on stream. Did you see their cats?
Yes, I did.
Mochi
so
and Maki
cute.
cuddling.
They're so cute.
It's so funny because if you're like in a call with Fusion outside of this, they're like, "Stop it! I'm gonna get you!" Like to their cats, like when they're misbehaving, but then they're just like acting like angels today.
Yeah. The cats are like, "What are you talking about? We're so well behaved."
Oh, there's a camera here. Haha. I'm just gonna sit here.
Okay, we are finally headed into game 4, I believe, right?
Yes, game 4. It could possibly be Magnolia taking the set here. But if Monsoon clutches it out, we're going to be looking at a game 5.
Okay. And I actually am looking at some major weapon switch-ups here coming out from the side of Monsoon. Shiny switching over to not from the pencil anymore. And then actually a 52 Gao coming out from Nico instead of that sword that they were playing.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense. If you're trying to stay a little bit more mobile on on clams. I like Storm here, kind of just running ahead. We don't really have a power clam ready, so I can see the mindset behind not running right to the basket at the very start of the game there. But now it seems like we're basically ready. Shiny has that power clam. We're going to toss that in and get quite the lead at the beginning of this game here. 71, not too shabby, not perfect. Can be easily cheesed in a counter push, but it is a push nonetheless.
Yeah, at least it's, they got a few extra clams besides that 80-point marker, so I think that's definitely a good start, like you said, Siren. And now the tides are turning here, possibly, as now Magnolia is taking mid. They're painting all that pink ink on the ground, and they are trying to get a push in, but Dritzy there was called out. And you see there's that Junior kind of moving around, runs up, is using that bubble to act as a shield and create space for their teammates. And they are just trying to play that really aggressively and do as much as they can to hold space, but they were called out. So Magnolia here, they did have the momentum there to try and make something happen, but the defense coming out from Monsoon was very good. They put a stop to that.
I love doing that kind of positioning as a junior. You just cause as much havoc as possible, force people to pay attention to you, and it's kind of forced Magnolia to play a certain way and deal with this. That cooler placement from Shiny is so dank, but we use it anyway. We try and get that flank in, but looks like Magnolia finally getting in here and getting a push of their own. Nothing's really gonna stop them here. TM running in behind, has some more power clams to push into that basket with, has a bubble at the ready, but seems like we are just going to sacrifice the remainder of that push and kind of keep our chips to ourselves and save them for later in the game, which is pretty smart. You don't really want to kamikaze this too hard. Just play it slow. You have another game for wiggle room if things go wrong.
Yeah, definitely good recognition, because they recognized that Monsoon was doing a better job at taking mid there initially, so they kind of just recognized, okay, let's stop just rushing into this and back up to get ready to play defense, as we can see that Monsoon is starting to take mid before we can. So they do that. They still, actually on Magnolia's side, do have 2 specials too at the ready, so it looks like they're maybe waiting for possibly the cooler or something in order to use those specials before they push up.
Yeah, I mean, you see how slow this is kind of happening here. You have to play this a bit carefully. 2 members going down. They're going to try and find that edit from... What just happened? Everyone is dead except for Storm. They had a man advantage, but everyone just exploded there. It does not look like Magnolia is letting up or willing to take on any sort of push from the side of Monsoon. However, Storm holding his own very, very well here in mid. Does have a power clam, is going to be kind of target number 1 here. We want to get this guy out of the way as soon as possible. And now it's just going to be Shiny, who was taking that off angle, and now has to take a different angle of their own. Get on the snipe here, prepare themselves for Brave running in under this basket. Is not going to be able to stop it, but looks like we're not really pushing past penalty very much.
Yeah, they were able to open up the basket and not quite able to push up and get more, as Shiny was setting up there for defense. And I like that even though the basket opened, they at least were just kind of getting in a position to hold ground for their teammates to come back. And together, once their teammates were back, they were able to put a stop to that push. So as we head into towards the ending of this match, actually, it's going to be up to Monsoon here to make something happen if they want to get the lead and stay in this set.
I'm starting to think that Storm might need some object shredder of some kind. I feel like there's been a couple times this game we just watch him stand inside of a bubble trying to shoot the core of it for a while, and I think it's wasting some valuable time that could be used to just let Storm run in and take some of these picks out. Dripsy is just playing this up ahead. It doesn't look like we have much of a power clam ready to go, but we do have all the other resources that we would want for a push, and we're kind of forcing the members of Monsoon here to use some of their specials just to back them out of their spawn and give them an opportunity to get that overtime lead. So TM running into their spawn almost has a power clam, is going to run after the one guy holding the power clam onto the side of Monsoon. Dripsy almost making it to the basket, but they need to use their time valuable here. They have run through half of the overtime counter here. Shiny going to be jumping in. Are we going to be able to make it to the basket? We're not quite there, and those splat bombs, that is going to end it for them.
Oh my gosh, I saw the vision. They set themselves up there perfectly. They created the space for their team there to get in and open up the basket. But there goes those splat bombs from the junior. I have a feeling, able to just put a stop to that momentum right away. You see a jump in, you just throw in a bomb, and that's it.
You ever just think about something so much that it shows up in your nightmares? I think that's what's going to happen with Shiny, unfortunately, later. Like, I hate to say it, love you, Shiny, but that has been the bane of your existence, like, the entire set. I think a lot of the times when we pan over to Shiny, just because they're playing these weapons that, like, they take good positions, but they have a hard time painting their own feet at times, that Shiny has been, like, struggling to get away from these splat bombs that just have, like, the craziest range. I imagine there's some sub power up going on here because, like, when you're a junior and you play it so much and you have some sub power up and you switch to like Salmon Run or you play something else and then you're like, why are my bombs only going like 3 feet in front of my face? Like why is the range so short? I'm so used to chucking them across the map like a crazy person.
You're almost like you're used to just using those splat bombs sometimes as your main weapon in a way. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
It's like my arms got weaker or something. Like why are my bombs not long?
Ooh, okay, that was a really fun set to watch. It was so interesting seeing how we initially were watching Monsoon play. They seemed so strong when we first were watching them to commentate against a different opponent, and then now all of a sudden Magnolia just shows up and they were ready to scrap with them. That was a really, really good set to watch.
Yeah, I love that. And it was interesting to see them get kind of dethroned in a way. I believe the way that they sort of handle redemption is like based on the pool they come from. They'll play like a slightly higher seed. So I think that was technically an upset on paper since Monsoon was kind of the winning team out of both them and what's Quackin, right? So props to them. They did their homework on this one. Seems like the next set we're going to be looking at, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be a Honkai versus Jasmine Fanclub.
Ooh, okay. Don't mind Siren and I here, just taking a look at the bracket here on our second screen. Okay. I'm just taking a look at the rosters here. So Honkai is Kabai, Taro, Ibiwumi, Nilla, and Kaden. And then Jasmine Fan Club here, as we can see on the stream, Enamel, Jasmine, J Blast, Antares, and Seb.
I'm gonna be so honest with you, and maybe I'm out of touch, but I am not familiar with these teams at all. Or sorry, I'm familiar with Honkai. I meant Jasmine Fan Club. Who are you? I'm gonna look at like who Jasmine Fan Club beat to get here, because I'm very curious now.
I am very feeling the same. I'm not familiar with these players.
Yes, they came from Pool A1, and they beat Tidy Tidings, lost to Yay ? Then played against Bunny Beam, that's spelt wrong. Then beat Resurgence 3-1, or Resurgence, I should really say, because they put an accent aigu. And you got the French commentator here, like the heck. They put that on the E, and then they lost to, or maybe they didn't lose to Yay. I don't know if that set was actually played, come to think of it. Because they would have already played Yay on the top half of the bracket. So I think they just went right to Redemption. But who was on Resurgence? Spine, Draco, Wixa. Maybe these are European teams. I think this should be.
And now I see one of them named Ant in the lobby, so I'm like, is that the Ant? No.
There's more ants than I thought there were nowadays. You know?
There's more ants.
That's what I said in the 6th grade when carpenter ants came into my house and invaded the entire thing. That's my traumatic backstory. / SRS.
You're having like PTSD flashbacks of ants.
Yeah, I hate ants, especially carpenter ants.
Mm. Wait, which ones are those again?
They chew through wood and they're big.
I don't think they're here in San Diego where I am. That sounds scary.
Good. Yeah, I mean, it was weird because when it was my house, they, like, 1 or 2 would show up and we're like, okay, weird, they must have just come in from outside. And then my sister and I came home from school one day, like, my parents had full-time jobs, so we were alone for, like, an hour. We come home, and literally, like, every single wall in the house has, like, ants all over it. Oh my gosh. Like, they were just like, oh, no one's home, let's all come out and do our thing. And we just showed up, and it felt like we walked in on it. And I was so freaked out. I hated it so much. And I locked myself in one room that didn't have any, and I was just, like, crying.
Wait, look on the stream here. We got a Wikipedia of carpenter ants. Thank you very much, Inky. Carpenter ants are a genus of large ants. Indigenous to many parts of the world. True carpenter ants build nests inside wood consisting of galleries chewed out with their mandibles or jaws, preferably in dead, damp wood. Ugh.
Yeah, where are they? Like, I need to know if they're in San Diego, if they're just in northeastern North America.
Wait, do you have fire ants? Because there's fire ants here.
I don't think we do. At least they're not common. Oh, we don't get to know. We don't get to know where the. I'll do my own research.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up right now. Are carpenter ants in San Diego? Yes, carpenter ants are present in San Diego.
Well,
what the? Thank gosh,
only a matter of time.
They're literally gonna show up at my house tomorrow.
Hopefully not.
Be like, no.
Anyway,
sorry,
we have a set that we can start soon. We have Splatoons on Macomart pretty momentarily. We have most of the players checked up in the lobby here. I know the stream has already seen Honkai earlier, so I don't know if we really need to do that much of an introduction here, but I am very excited to see the members of Jasmine Fan Club, because it seems like the fan club is surrounding Jasmine. Jasmine is here. Jasmine's a player. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. This is always one of my favorite parts of commentating is like when there's a team of players that you don't know or don't look familiar. And then all of a sudden you see them play and you're like, wait, these players are so good. And then from that point on, you like know to look out for them as players. So this could be one of those moments here.
Yeah. You know what? I feel like I have seen J Blast before, at the very least. I think that name's familiar. Maybe it's just like playing in open and stuff like that. But I know the roster of Honkai to be a very strong one. So we'll see what Jasmine Fanclub has as an answer to that.
Taking a look at these comps as well. Some weapons that we haven't seen yet here on the stream. We see on the side of Honkai that splatter shot that is going to have the strikes this time around, a sword, a squeezer, and then on the other side they have a splatter shot pro, S-Blast, and a mini. And then each team, of course, running that pencil as their anchor player.
I'm honestly shocked if we're playing mini that it's not the new one with the like crazy Zuka spam. But
I too.
Yeah, we'll see what they have to pull out here, because they do still have some good aggression with that S-Blast on deck, but this is not like a lineup I would have ever imagined in my brain, like if I was just plotting things.
I know, and I'm especially too, we haven't seen as many Zukas as we have not seen, because during, when I've been playing in scrims this week, and then also watching 4v4 Sundays last week, it was like Zuka heaven. But here... What? No Zukas in sight. Okay, maybe the squeezer. I don't remember if that's the squeezer that has the Zuka. But still, I was expecting teams to be running double Zuka, honestly.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing right now. Woomy coming out, getting 3 with the mixture of that Stamper and just that Twerp and main weapon alone. Is able to roll back there and just hold that same aggressive position, not really devoting too hard to running into their spawn there. And I think it's smart to keep that distance, say, I'm here, you have to deal with me, but I'm going to make you chase me a little bit first. And that has warranted them that 25-point lead. Nilla going to be taking their spot and staying alive there for a bit longer. Now it's just going to be 2 members up on the side of Jasmine Fanclub here. One of them targeting that zone. I think that's it.
Yeah, that is looking like it's it. They tried to do, utilize their cooler at the end to try and rush forward and get the zone. But with the way that Honkai was set up, they were just guarding every angle of that zone that you could come in through. And they weren't quite able to go in and get the zone. So Honkai there starting out the set with a very dominant win as the first game.
Yeah, very good job coming out of them. I liked the positions they took, and I think what it ultimately comes down to for Jasmine Fanclub is they just were not able to clear out that right side flank area before it became a serious issue for them.
Yeah, totally. And Nilla, they were like, you know what? I'm just gonna... Sometimes when you just make that aggressive play, if you are a player that's really good at playing aggressively, a lot of times it can turn out very well for you, like we saw Nilla there just rush forward through that right area that Honkai was holding in Jasmine Fanclub spawn. So that's exactly what happened there, and that was really the turning point of the game, because it just spiraled from that point on.
Spiral it did. And hopefully it doesn't become the same situation again here. We have Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, which, historically, as far as the sets we've commentated, Rissa, we haven't really gotten to experience this one yet. So I think...
Yeah, right.
Approaching this one, I'm going to shut up and let you talk, because I think that last game was also very very quick. And, maybe this game will also be quick, and it'll just be like, I won't be hogging the mic the whole time.
This time it'll be my turn to hog the 30-second game. No, just kidding.
It's my turn.
It's my turn on the 30-second game. Okay, let's take these teams readied up pretty fast here. So as we go ahead and head into game 2, Rainmaker this time around, let's see if there are any weapon switch-ups. Initially, that one main switch-up that I see, I think that's the only one I see actually, is the decav here is coming out to play from Ant this time around. So I think that'll be a good counter possibly to what Woomy is doing with that wiper on the other side. So initially here, both teams running into mid. Just initial aggressiveness. No one really kind of focused on the Rainmaker. Okay, now as I say that, Taro grabs the Rainmaker, of course, but it was a very aggressive start.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks already. This is gonna be problematic. Taro has already dunked that Rainmaker, is almost ready for another cooler. If you notice their special bar for a second there. Woomy is popping that hammer. This could be it.
Ooh, okay, so defense needs to be on lock right now. If you are Jasmine Fan Club, you can see they're just trying to do everything they can to juggle the Rainmaker, but Woomy flanks around with that white bird. Nilla grabs that Rainmaker, is trying to do everything they can to utilize the paint that is on that dunk spot to just dunk the Rainmaker, but they weren't quite able to do it. Jasmine Fan Club, they really need to be on that defense, like I was saying, if they want to make sure that Honkai can't grab the Rainmaker.
I think if somebody else was holding the Rainmaker that wasn't Nilla there, we would have seen like almost a carbon copy of that last Rainmaker game we saw, because Nilla had those ink strikes and still has them because they were coolers when they died. So like they could have done the flashbang thing once again. However, lots of jump-ins happening here. I don't foresee this push from Jasmine Fan Club lasting much longer.
That Jasmine Fan Club there at least grabbed the Rainmaker. If I was them, I probably would have done that too, to at least get it out of our spawn, because it was in, like, if anyone from the other team just flanked around and grabbed that Rainmaker, that could have been the end of the game. So if you are Jasmine Fan Club, that's what you want to do, is try and get the Rainmaker out. But once again, only one member left up. J-Blast here left alive, holding the Rainmaker area of the spawn down. Taro there gets so close to dunking the Rainmaker, but isn't quite able to do it, getting one more point there for Honkai.
And Kabi, gonna be the last man standing alive there, does back up and get taken out. It's gonna be another clear wipeout onto the side of Honkai. So Jasmine Fan Club does have another chance at this game, given that they don't fumble the bag like last time around. They're gonna have to stay alive in mid, try and spot these members of Honkai, because they are just gonna pool in and just in for picks at this point. Like any pick or any trade is going to be more of a net gain than a loss for them when they have such a strong lead that they do now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really gonna have to, you know, kind of just, I like that they're doing this right now. They're grabbing the Rainmaker, they're holding it, they're just trying to create as much space as they can, because the longer that they're holding the Rainmaker, kind of like you were highlighting, the more difficult it's going to be for Jasmine Fan Club to even grab the Rainmaker. So Taro here holding the Rainmaker, just helping their teammates get some jump-ins, and let's see, you know, if maybe we can get some specials on the board for Honkai to get that final push in to dunk the Rainmaker. There's those tri-strikes, they're slowly clearing out members of the other team. Taro running through the paint that they do have, and again, in this position where they're just so close to dunking the Rainmaker, but not quite able to do it.
Yeah. You know, guys, like, I liked it the last time a little bit when we had that 30-second game, but now I feel like I'm seeing it over and over and over again. Like, I've seen the game happen 3 times, but we just haven't been able to dunk the Rainmaker. Like, we keep getting in, pushing it to 1, and then dying. You know, if we could like actually get that last point, or move things in the other direction, that would be great. Otherwise, this is I feel like I'm in a time loop right now.
It's like a dream where you're just stuck in the same like dream loop over and over and over and over, like those horror movies that you see.
Yes. Yeah, it's like, I mean, this one might be a deep cut for the Splatoon audience, but this is like watching Higurashi, but not in a good way. Knowers will know. I mean, we just have Kabi, we just have Nilla. They're just gonna do the thing that they do best, which, like, they run in, they kill people. No one's really gonna be that interested in holding the Rainmaker, especially with 30 seconds left to go. So this is just gonna be time for Woomy to just do what they want, and what they want to do is just hammer their opponents. Go after J-Blast here. I think at this point it might be time for the towel for the members of Jasmine Fan Club, at least for this game, because with 20 seconds left to go, they need like the craziest overtime of all time if they want to win this game.
Yeah, it seemed like Taro grabbed the Rainmaker there and tried to just almost stall it out, because there were only 20 seconds remaining. Those missiles did come out from Jasmine Fan Club though, and did put a stop to Taro holding the Rainmaker. So finally here, we're seeing, I'm going to call them question mark, grabbing the Rainmaker, trying to push it through this left side, but with 2 members down now on their side, Nilla pops up there, is able to put a stop to that, and they weren't able to get to at least that first checkpoint. So Honkai, once again, winning the second game of the set, and now they are up 2-0 over Jasmine Fanclub.
You love to see it. I love to see the game end because that was rough. I'm trying to be enthusiastic, but it's really hard, guys. That was like the most painful Rainmaker game, but like not for the, not because anything the players were doing was wrong. It was just like, okay, I've seen this before. You can stop. We can do something else now. Which, speaking of something else, what a breath of fresh air.
We are headed to another Splat Zones map, and guess what, Siren? As we can see on the screen, there are other Splat Zone maps on the map list. You were asking this in the last set, so we are going to be headed to Splat Zones Umami, and then if I was looking too, there's Splat Zones Humpback on the map list, so now we know. Now knowers know.
I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped. We get to see a different Splat Zones map. This one has 2 zones. This one's like an interesting one. I was talking about this one with Ali, like the Tetris player, pretty recently. Just the map in general and how the experience is. Because like I think playing it and viewing it is like totally different. Anytime you're spectating Umami, I think it's a little bit more interesting because as the spec cam view is, like you can view both zones, you can see across the map, you can look at all these different angles and what's going on in all these fights that are normally a lot of blind spots but are still somehow relevant to the map. But when you're just watching from like one perspective or you're just the person playing it, it's very like, okay, I'm watching the right side, I'm holding that down, someone's gonna show up, la 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 la. So this is fun.
Yeah, when you're playing on this map and mode, it just feels like a lot more intense than like you said, I think it like looks when you're watching it as like a viewer, a commentator.
Yeah, no notable changes. It looks like we're actually going back to a similar comp, but we have Jasmine switching into the... Wait, Ant was on the mini in game 1. No, it feels like we're also playing musical chairs with our weapons on Jasmine Fanclub.
Yeah,
just a little bit.
It does look like that, huh? Okay, so they are going to be having the splash on board, and hopefully, I felt like in that last game they really didn't have like a lot of painting abilities with the weapons that they had, so maybe hopefully with this splash they can utilize the painting ability in particular to be able to make things happen, as we saw her actually seeing them do here initially Jasmine Fanclub taking the zone and continuing to count down the lead for themselves.
Yeah, all right, well, this is like the kind of fury I've been waiting to see out of them. Like this, they've kind of been faltering a little bit in the face of Honkai and not really been coping with their aggression very well. And I think it's going to be a bit of a struggle with Honkai since they've been using a lot of off angles. But this map you kind of have to take pretty head on, and that might create more of a struggle for them. Like we just see Woomy and that pencil forced to drop there, and wow, this actually just could be the game for Jasmine Fanclub. They just need to hold this for like 10 seconds more.
Yeah, wow, this is quite the turnaround. They do have a member go down. We see Woomy there coming in with the hammer, is trying to take down those members left alive of Jasmine Fanclub, and is able to help scramble that up, create some space for their team up. They're able to, at the last possible second there, come in and put a stop to that. That was so close to completely ending for them. Super, super clutch coming out from Woomy.
Wow. Okay, well, all Woomy needs is an off angle and was able to get it and somehow get the wipeout just off of that alone. With that being said, though, maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves, they're trying to pop the hammer into their spawn, basically. Now this is going to force Jasmine Fanclub into a rough spot once again. They still have that lead, but they cannot get too overconfident in it because as we're seeing it now, like Honkai has already taken out more than half of the way there, and really anything can happen. We are still very early into the Splat Zones game.
Yeah, absolutely. With the way this is starting out, anything can happen here. I mean, especially this is such a switch up coming out from Jasmine Fanclub. They are not only holding the zone and continuing to count down points, but they are pushed up into Honkai's spawn, pairing up really nicely here, taking team fights. And also that pencil player as well, able to back up their teammates, help take up team fights with them, but also pushed up as that pencil player.
Yeah, I mean, look at these penalty points. We are so close to a knockout here. We are relying on Woomy once again to try and get something working here. It is taken out by that pencil. It's just going to be Nilla left. He's holding on to one zone by themselves, but this could be the end.
Oh my gosh, just like that, 2-1-0, and Jasmine Fanclub able to completely turn this set around, taking that game 3 in a very dominant fashion.
Wow. Okay. Well, this, if anything, has confirmed that they're trying to stay in this as hard as they can and not drop into that beta bracket. So props to ya. We get to see game 4 as well. We're not just gonna sit on 2 Splat Zones maps and a Rainmaker and be done with it. So I'm all for it. Do we get to see Clamblitz? I hope it's Clamblitz.
I think it was Tower Control Ink Blot, I believe. I could be...
No. Okay. Well, you know what? It'll be fine. This is an okay map, but also the last time I was on an IPL stream of any kind, I also had to commentate it, and it was a full like 20-second long game, and that was when Fufu's mic exploded and they had to reset their entire computer, and I was literally commentating alone because the set didn't stop for that. That was fun.
I've had to do that before. That's like, as a commentator, that's when you really have to, you know, put in your commentator dues and just commentate for a while by yourself.
Yeah, no, thankfully the commentator gods were watching me that day, and they were like, oh, you're by yourself? Here's 10 seconds of gameplay footage.
Whew, okay. After what a crazy switch around there, that third game, Jasmine Fanclub coming out really dominant. Let's go ahead and head into this game 4. Taking a look at these comps. Okay, so Jasmine Fanclub actually coming out with that Splattershot Pro. And then on the other side, I'm not seeing any major switch-ups coming out from Honkai.
Yeah, I mean, Honkai has kind of been operating like any kind of well-oiled machine. They know what works for them. They're going to stick to it no matter what. And they'll find ways to work through every map mode with that same kind of tools. So, you know, if it doesn't apply to Umami, that's fine. They'll make it work here. Woomy, once again, we know him for these off angles. He's going to take them. He has that hammer ready. Is just going to save that for when that tower is a little bit more caught up and it's going to have a bit more of an impact on the actual game state. So very smart, still playing patiently, still playing smart. Taro is going to fly around. I'm going to blame Spec Cam View for that, but you know.
Taro, yeah, just kind of holding the tower, getting it through that checkpoint. It looks like with a member or two, I believe, going down on the side of Honkai. Taro just kind of staying back, trying to get jump-ins for their teammates, and it looks like it's playing out really nicely, as we can still see they have control of that right side. Woomy here rushing up, able to completely shut down that crab that came out. Okay, that's one of the reasons why you want to be playing Wiper. And now, looks like this might be the momentum that Honkai needed and wanted here to just continue getting points.
Yeah, I mean, how exciting is that, right? Taro gets that cooler out onto the tower, and even though everybody is going down here, I do still think, well, actually, I thought some people got that cooler, but I think maybe only Nilla did. Regardless, though, it's fine. They got out of that with that 35 push here, putting Jasmine Fanclub into a rough spot, especially when you have Woomy diving the tower by himself. It's gonna victimize... I'm dying.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so... yeah, if Woomy is diving the tower, it's going to make it really difficult for you to even try and push the tower if you are on the other side. So, look at this. Kabi here just continuing to push the tower. The longer that Honkai keeps the tower on the side of Jasmine Fanclub spawn, the harder it's going to be for Jasmine Fanclub to even make something happen. So it seems like now, I mean, even though Jasmine Fanclub did really good in that last match, they're really having to figure out, okay, what do we need to do again that we did in that last match if they want to be able to take on Honkai again?
Yeah, I'm done inhaling my own lungs here. So we have the pencil getting a great pick on Woomy. I think at this point in the set, they've kind of predicted the kind of movement behaviors that Woomy is going to be taking on. So that has allowed them to get these really cool picks. Is going to be riding that tower there, spotting out these torpedoes, but they do have to be careful because even though they know Woomy is behind, they still have to watch that front angle too, and really be careful of it when they're on these spots like that checkpoint, because Nilla will always have Wumi's back. They are a unstoppable duo of all time, really. With 2 minutes left in the game, though, we do have to play this a bit carefully. We're gonna have to make sure we get ahead of the curve, because we do still have 2 of these checkpoints to deal with. It's not gonna be easy, and ideally getting any one of them out of the way before overtime is brought into the equation would be ideal. I think everyone could agree on that.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really, I feel like, scrambling to try and make something happen, but this has been a lot better for Jasmine Fanclub than the first 2 games of this set. So they're definitely getting the right idea here and knowing what they want to do. As here, they're able to get through that first checkpoint, but they just need to figure out how to continue that. Honkai is really not making it easy with the defense that they have right now in the tower.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're not seeing the same exact level of aggression you saw at the beginning of the game here. We still see Wumi taking these different spots and trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but it's not diving too hard because they understand the situation that they're in here. They have that lead. The set could just be over here if things are clutched out pretty soon. So we're trying to keep a very healthy distance from our opponents, not creating a toxic relationship with this game or this tower. So I can respect that quite a bit. We did have a cooler there for a moment, so we saw a little bit more inting, and Wumi once again is going to be causing these problems for Jasmine Fanclub. Seems like we were able to escape that a little bit, but now the absolute weirdo positioning from Taro is gonna get rightfully punished. I'm sorry, Taro. What was that?
Not the weirdo positioning! Okay. Oh, I was getting ready. I was hyping myself up. I was like, okay, we're heading into overtime, and then I saw strikes come out, and that was the end.
Strikes will do what they do, and I guess that's another reason why that new sword has been so popular for towers. Is anything that can clear the tower in overtime and force people to get off while you can get on will warrant the win. Like, you can't even do that in things like splat zones, because like most of those things aside from Reef Slider, you can just like paint over with your main weapon and it'll still count towards the zone, but you can't quite meat shield the tower with anything, so.
Yeah, definitely. Whew, okay. So, I didn't properly say it, but Honkai taking that set 3-0 over Jasmine Fanclub. Jasmine Fanclub there. Right in the middle, they were finally starting to get some momentum, figuring out what they needed to do, but not quite able to capitalize on it there in that 4th game, so. Good job from them, though. That was fun seeing their really strong comeback in that 3rd game, I think.
Yeah. It is what it is. Oh, we still have another set. Wow. We are going to be here all day. Not in a bad way. One more set, you and me. Mustard versus Resurgence.
Resurgence. Okay,
Resurgence.
All right. Let me open this up here. Let me take a look-y.
Do you think it's named after Mustard, like the music producer?
That was what my brain initially went to, so maybe.
Mustard! I think if I see the players on this roster, I'm gonna know. Yes, it definitely is. This is Balloon, Trey52, Joe, and Pelu. This is definitely that. I'm kind of disappointed. I talked to Balloon about my awesome team name idea the other night. And they seemed very receptive of it. However, we're still seeing this, so shame on you, Balloon.
Not a call out.
I wanted a pickup named Cappy. I was like, Balloon would pick a name like that.
Why do you want that name?
I don't remember. We were talking about something in VC, and I was like, that sounds like a team name Balloon would have. And then I messaged him, and he was like, I would play with that name. Oh, he's in chat. Oh no. Oh
well,
Hi, Balloon.
Now I know if I see a team named Cat P in a tournament, I'll be like, that's either Siren or Balloon. Which one? Or both?
Honestly, my main motivator anytime I sign up for any tournament ever is if I can play like with a stupid name. Usually the dumber the name, the better it goes. So, yeah.
That's funny.
We'll play Yokai Watch 3 at Riptide Balloon. Oh yeah, Toasty was there too. Cat pea smoothie.
Were you able to get Yokai Watch on the Switch to work?
Yes, but it's not a good game. So
Oh, okay.
I launched it on the Switch 2 as well just recently to see how I would feel about it. And no, it's even worse when you have like higher level graphics because like every model in that game is like made with 5 polygons. So
Oh, I see.
And not in like an endearing Nintendo 64 way.
Uh-huh.
In like a not good way. And it's also in Japanese, and it's just like this game is not compelling enough for me to like try and figure out what they're saying with my limited Japanese. I just want to like turn it off after 5 minutes every time. Oops, I dropped my rapid blaster.
Oh, Balloon, you should play Ballpoint. I dare you. Balloon says I'm gonna use a weapon randomizer. Asks me what weapon to play. I'm not gonna lie. I would have said Junior too. But he said no.
Yeah.
So I said Ballpoint.
Well, we could talk about the... Oh, I mean, we have... I wonder if Resurgence is actually, like, European. I imagine they are, because it's another group of players where I don't necessarily recognize all the entire roster. I'm gonna get shamed by the Europeans for this one, I'm sure, later, but, like, I love you guys. I just, like, I can't remember this many Splatoon players. The scene is too large now.
I know, I was doing a really good job at keeping up with, like non-North American players when I was in the Plus server in Plus3, but now that I haven't been playing comp and I'm not in Plus3, I'm having such a hard time keeping track of everyone. I'm like, how do I do this? How do I keep track of everyone?
The answer is you don't, and you just pretend that you know everybody.
All right, I'm gonna do that.
Splatzone's Macomart, which I'm sure is the correct map. I'm so excited. I am so excited. Finally. Some good food.
Some good food.
Oh, they picked silly names. This does not match the roster at all. Well, okay.
Well, that's what I'm calling you.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Sorry. And I don't want to see anyone in chat being like, Tree Shark is Palu. I don't care. I don't care. Seol Hee? That's Joe. Like, nope, that's Seol Hee now.
Real.
Maybe if you want to say that to other people, but just don't at me. Yeah, Spinel, you're fine. You know what? Spinel, we can see you. I respect you. It's the other team. Balloon, get your teammates together. I'm not doing these goofy names no more.
When the commentators fight back, Siren has had it.
It's gotta stop sometime. I've had enough. You're not getting the credit.
What was that tournament that... There was a tournament that I commentated where, like, you had to have your actual name in the lobby. I forgot what that was.
I've never heard of that.
I need to ask, because I remember that being a thing, and it was, like, so nice because I knew who everyone actually was.
I just remember when we did Riptide 2021, and I think, like, Bran was, like, King Dog or something.
I remember that, too. I totally do. All right.
Oh.
I don't see a ballpoint.
I don't see a ballpoint. I do see the new mini, which I'm sure we're going to see plenty of Zukas. I give it about 5 seconds till we see the first one.
Yes, I'm so surprised here, commentating this, that we have not seen this yet. So, finally here, this is the meta that I've been seeing played all week, and we'll see how it plays out here in an actual tournament setting against a team who's running a comp that seems like they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I love seeing the rapid representation. If you know, you know. And we're seeing the new one with that cooler, which is definitely like a sleeper kit for sure. A lot of underrated aspects to it, I think, compared to the pencil. But Shiro with the spicy pick onto Linley. Let's go.
Yeah, Shiro gets that pick and then flanks around, but you can see they were hanging out around that little flank area, still hanging out there, actually, able to get another pick, and they were doing a really good job at actually acting as a distraction point for their teammates to be able to push back into the zone. They did have to jump back to stay alive there, though. But, however, that did create some distraction, so hopefully for Resurgence, they can come back into the zone.
Yeah, I'm liking what I am seeing so far from the members of Resurgence here. Hopping back onto that zone, still able to keep it capped. The splashdown here is going to divert some of the attention from the members of Mustard away from that zone once again. They are able to cap here, and that's going to have Trey-Shark running up here on the right. Balloon getting into a good spot to start raining some pressure down as a Rapid is spotting these really common re-entrance areas. Gets that direct onto Nelkio and is able to reposition once again. And honestly, I think we're in a really good lockout spot despite the fact that we're kind of sitting behind and just leaving a lot of space.
Yeah, I agree. They're doing a good job at holding their side of the zone, and they did have the potential there for a lockout, but with that jump back and a little bit of repositioning, the other team here able to come back into the zone. They did cap it and give those 30 penalty points over to Mustard. However, Mustard here, right back in the action. Trey-Shark here leading this charge, throwing up walls with that 52 and just, you know, acting as a nuisance as their team sets up around the zone behind them.
Yeah, we are in a very well-oiled machine at this point. This mini is just going to be standing around. They really don't even need to engage with anything aside from that Zuka, especially when I feel like Resurgence is giving them a lot of fodder. They're painting a lot ahead of them to get back into mid, and that's kind of almost going to cause even more pushback for them because they're just giving these like non-engaging weapons like that mini so much more paint to use and rebuy that special, and that's just gonna allow them to play this specific way and take that game. Like you could just see that their way of engaging is not engaging at all.
On the side of Mustard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. They were really utilizing the range that they had, the Zuka, like you said, and just kind of sitting back and almost letting the other team come into them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And when you have something like that Zuka that's just going to be coming out over and over and over and over and over again that game, like if I'm the mini, I'm not going to be taking any risky fights that might cost me the Zuka before I can use it. I'm just going to stand back. Oh, you're going to paint the map, you're going to try and get back in the zone. I'm just going to stand behind the zone, keep painting over it, and then I'll have a Zuka by the time you get into my face. Like that's kind of the way that I'm seeing this game being played.
Yeah, totally. I'm very curious too if they're going to be sticking with that and just continue to play that way. Yeah, and then too, I really am interested too in how the new Splattershot Pro is going to come into competitive play, because I feel like those missiles can be really helpful. And if it's paired with the right weapons as their teammates, I think that can be potentially really good. But I'm like, the weapon's still so new that I'm like, is it good? I'm like, maybe. I don't know.
I think we're all in the stages of trying to figure out if it's good, if it's viable or not. I think we're leaning on to the side of it being viable, but with that being said, I think it's one of those things where it's like we're all having a hard time believing it because it's basically been non-existent in this game, which is it's crazy to think, because Splatoon 1, Splatoon 2, those games always had a Splattershot Pro in the meta at all times. There was always something you could use. Splatoon 1, you had the berry, you had all these different things, and it just had such good range and accuracy compared to the weapon pool in that game. So that existed the whole time. And then you go, Aaron. You go into Splatoon 2 and you have the Forge with those bubbles, you have the K Pro. So I think a lot of those players who have been around for a while too are just getting excited seeing that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I am too, and I know that exact feeling of what you're saying. It's like, is this real? Is this not? What's happening? Okay, so taking a breather on that and analyzing the new weapons, let's go ahead and take a look at what these teams are running coming out here. I'm seeing so many new weapons here on the screen from both sides. So a lot of interesting different weapon dynamics that we're going to see here moving forward through this set.
Yeah, we're back in the building. We're back on Rainmaker, on Undertow.
Siren's favorite map and mode.
We've already broken the first checkpoint. It's been 30 seconds. No one is down right now, and we're just doing this anyways for free. This Quackin is gonna roll in, take out a couple people. Oh wait, here's the bingo slot.
Yup.
Okay, Trey. All right, we get the pick there onto the side, and now finally we're picking up that Rainmaker, clearing this out. They got that checkpoint, and I have a irking feeling that we're about to see the exact same thing happen. But what if it was pink?
Whoa, that's a little crazy, Siren, okay? Wait a minute. We are seeing that. Oh, so close. But they do have some teammates left here alive. They're going to use that Quackin as well to create some safe space for them, and they do go ahead and finally dunk that Rainmaker through that first checkpoint.
All right. Well, I like the extra little C ramp here onto the grates, getting around there, getting into this good spot with the Rainmaker. Underrated spot, really. Bala staring at the world's tiniest bubble. That'll be another bingo slot. Tiny bubble. Gets the pick on Smanel. That's actually really good timing. They dropped in that bubble, but it kind of despawned at the most unfortunate time. And there we go. All right. Well. Maybe it's time that we start phasing this out of map pools.
Siren is having PTSD today watching this map and mode in particular.
Well, like, it's never not, like, we've never had a game where, like, it ends in, like, you know, an 80 push lead. Like, it's always, like, one or a knockout. Even if these teams are, like, somewhat evenly matched in other modes. And I know Pika is, like, watching this and he's, like, rubbing his hands together going, yes, now the TOs think Rainmaker is a bad mode and now it'll get taken out of tournaments and top level will strive. No. I just think this is bad. I'm sorry, Pika. I'm not on the same page.
I'm learning how spiteful Siren feels about that map and mode in particular today. I
wasn't until today. I've started developing a bit of a hatred. I think like this. Wait, is this in the map pool for Gommel? Hold on, like, I'm just gonna check this right now. You can say whatever you want right now.
Wow, it's my turn to talk.
Oh no!
What is it?
It is. I put this in the map pool for Gommel. You know what though? I'm gonna schedule that into the map list wherever I think that the sets might run late.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll just end things real quick.
Or just keep putting it as like, I don't know if there's best of 3 or best of 5s. Just put it as game 5 and hope you don't get there.
Yeah, exactly. If you get there, it's a punishment.
Yeah.
You have to play this. Stop making my tournament run behind. I've got 2 stations.
Okay. Both teams are readied up. We're about to head into the next game, which is going to be Splat Zones on Umami this time. Okay. I have a feeling we're going to see, again, a lot of the new weapons. This is the first time I've really seen these teams. Oh, okay. Initially here, on the side of Resurgence, only one new weapon two new weapons actually, I believe. The Wiper and the Dualies. On the other side, all new weapons on the side of Mustard.
I think we saw the Dualies in Mako Mart actually. Maybe I'm having weird flashbacks, but I think we did, but maybe I'm wrong. But the Custom Blaster, that's funky.
That is funky. I like it.
Well, a very early fight win from the side of Mustard. So taking on the center of this map here is going to be them. It seems like Shiro is just going to be bunny hopping all the way to the other side of the map, though, is able to take out a few people with him. Trey Shark does once again have that Quackin at the ready. And, you know, we're holding steady at the moment. It is a little bit hard to follow when both of these teams are playing so closely, but once one team steadies out in zones, it's going to be a little bit clearer, the whole scope of the situation.
Yeah, we're in that initial phase where it's really back and forth. Each team is poking at the other, trying to get the upper hand. Initially here, okay, I was going to highlight that Mustard was, doing a good job at continuing to get the lead, holding the zone, but with 2 members going down on their team, Resurgence, this could be the opening for them. However, Soli there uses that Zuka, puts a stop to any momentum that Resurgence would have had, and continues to hold the zones for their teammates to jump in and help them.
Yeah, I like what they've been doing. I mean, this Rapid has just been doing great work from the side of Balloon, and I think a lot of the textbook usage we've been suggesting for that Rapid Blaster is dealing with these pencil players in a very certain way, because they just fight a little bit differently, and I think this has been a very good, like, hey, look at this, this is what it can do, right? 2 blasters is a little weird to see on zones just in general, but I think it's fine. Trey really wanted that pick, my goodness.
They did. They were just like, hey, I am rushing you down. That's exactly what they did there. Now, I mean, as members of Resurgence are continuing to trickle out to the zone, out of their spawn, members of Mustard are just totally pushed up. Tracer here using this Quackin oh my goodness, using the Quackin in Resurgence's spawn. They are just pushed up, acting as a nuisance and not allowing Resurgence to be able to come back into the zone. Finally, Resurgence able to push past that, get to the zone. They have some specials ready too. So with the Zuka and that cooler ready, possibly? Nope. Oh, they were able to get one zone, but weren't quite able to get the other.
Yeah, that blaster just barely making it out by the skin of their teeth. And once again, it's just going to be the members of Mustard running into their spawn. They don't really care what's going on behind them at this point, even if it is Shiro getting a splashdown and taking out one of them. And so, at what point of the map are we even in anymore? Because, like, we've capped, and I can't tell if we're flanking or if we're just in our own spawn at this point. But okay, thank you. Okay, now I can reorient myself.
Yeah, it was very chaotic there, as it seemed like, Resurgence was like, okay, we really need to get to a point where we get to the zone, but it got very, very chaotic there. I agree.
Yeah. So Resurgence is getting into a good spot here. We've burnt through all of our penalty. We do have a cooler at the ready. We do have to be a little bit careful. This map, like, if you're not locking out super hard, you're not locking out at all. Like, you can just sit in mid a little bit and kind of do like a half and half that way, but it still can lead to situations like this one that we're dealing with, where we're just like, okay, divert a little bit of attention, maybe we'll win this team fight on this side of the map, but that's like the closest we're gonna get for now. And I think that is more or less, hey, it's allowed them to get the lead, but it's also allowed for the members of Mustard to get back out and are once again painting, doing the same kind of thing. Once again, we know where Nelkio is going to sit, and with that Rapid kind of pushing them off into a corner there, that is going to allow the Kraken to just communicate the positions, get into an annoying spot, and even though we're going down here, it's still like, damage is done, we pushed you so far back, what are you gonna do now?
Yeah, right? They had to turn around and completely turn around to look at that Kraken player. So that was, even though they knew they were going to go down using that Kraken, they acted as a distraction, allowed their teammates to come up behind the other team looking at the Kraken. And, that created that funnel there at the end of just completely, like, just dominating that if you're on the side of Mustard. So good job on Mustard there, turning it around at the last possible second.
Yeah. Good job for them. I mean, this has been a very dominating set for them. I know Umami can kind of be maybe a bit of a coordination skill check, and it felt like it took them a while to stabilize there. However, like, they still managed it in the end, and that's really the only thing that actually matters in Splatoon. You can be pushing, you can be winning the whole time, but whatever shows up on that scoreboard at the very end of the game, that's what actually counts for anything. So here we are.
Here we are. Also, shout out to Resurgence, though, because they were, especially in that last game, right in the middle. They were able to get the lead for a little bit. You could see, they were getting the graspings of knowing what to do, but with just, the timing of the specials and it being splat zones and everything like that, Mustard able to turn that around, unfortunately for Resurgence.
Yeah, I mean, very good work out of Resurgence here, and they're going to get another shot in day 2 as well. I believe if I look at this, the redemption bracket, if I go back there in just a moment, I believe what just happens here is it just feeds them into different brackets based on how they perform here. So we'll see where they progress to as well, because I'm always very invested in what is happening for any of these teams. So it does look like they're gonna feed into the beta bracket, which, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? Like they can still have a great tournament run, and being able to practice against other teams who had a similar win record, they'll do just fine. I'm sure they'll live, is basically where what I'm putting it at.
Yeah, and especially too with a tournament this big, getting into the beta bracket is definitely not bad at all by any means.
Oh yeah, a lot of amazing teams go in there, and I think people are going to be just as invested in what happens there as well. It's just it's definitely that top cut, the alpha bracket is going to be la creme de la creme for the time being.
Yeah, totally. Well, I think that's going to be close to it for us here. Oh, we are able to take a look really quick here at the alpha bracket. So there on the left side of the screen, we can see the teams that did make it into the alpha bracket and will be playing in day 2 of the tournament here on stream. I was like looking at it, I was like, I think a lot of these teams are like pickup names. I do see a couple familiar names: Moonlight, Honkai, who we
FreeFlow.
saw. Yeah, Hypernova, Foams. Okay, those are looking all familiar. But yeah, these are going to be, like Siren said, the creme de la creme of teams that are playing tomorrow that we will get to watch here on stream.
Oh, I'm so sad we don't see Magnolia here, and I was really I was rooting for Magnolia. They did so good in the set we saw them, but they're gonna do good no matter what. Doesn't matter what bracket they're in, they're gonna do good.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they were definitely playing really, really good today. So shout out to them for real. But for real. So I believe day 2 starts tomorrow, 10 a.m. PST. Am I right?
I think so.
I think that's what time it started today. So I'm hoping that's what time it starts tomorrow. Yeah, so tomorrow, tune in for day 2 of SuperJump. And it's going to be 10 a.m. PST, which is 1 p.m. EST. And those are going to be, like we were just talking about, alpha bracket, the top teams. We're going to see who is going to be the team that wins the entire tournament tomorrow. Before we sign off here, Siren, you got any final closing thoughts or nothing? Anything?
No, I mean, I usually like to plug Gommel, but the signups are closed at this point. I think you can still go if you show up in person. If you're around Toronto, I think you can just walk in and buy a spec pass if we haven't hit capacity. So come and do that. Otherwise, just wish me good luck. And honestly, actually, I was gonna say, if you feel like figuring out what it is that LAN TOs do in the last week leading up to an event, you can actually DM me today, and I'll legitimately, if you want to help me, I will throw work at you. If anyone wants to do that, my DMs are open for real. We'll allow it. So yeah.
Wow, there we go. That is quite the closing statement, because I feel like that's actually really useful if anyone here watching wants to tune into that. There's so much knowledge that you can get from Siren doing that if you are interested in running LAN. So yeah, that's about it from us. As you can see, we have both of our ats here on the screen for our X's and Blue Skies, and I don't think we have a raid. So that's going to be it from us. Like I said, tune in tomorrow for day 2 of SuperJump, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. And everyone have a good rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.